of the high-quality administrative services. We're glad to see you on the annual conference with ULIT with Europe, services for everyone. Today we're going to have a very complicated program. During the next 2 days, we're going to have to talk not only about the achievements, but also about the issues, the problems of these services and the future of our ASCs. Today we're going to talk about the achievements of ASC and new concepts of the administrative services provision, the priorities of the state, the physical education, methodological package, and also we're going to find out more about the Swiss ASC experience. So we can start the conference services to everyone. I'm very glad to invite Mr. Mikhail Fedorov, the Minister of digitalisation in Ukraine. Good afternoon, everyone. We are very glad to be the part of the conference ULIT with Europe, Services for Everyone. We know that we are making the digital country, digital state for all of us, and it is all about creating the same possibilities for all of us. That is why one of our main objectives is to create the similar services in all Ukraine. And in 2024, we want to have more than 2,000 ASCs in Ukraine. And then we will have the equal rights in all our country. We are going to improve the number, to increase the number of services twice. And according to the researchers, 77% of Ukrainians are satisfied with ASC services, and today our objective is to improve and to increase the customer satisfaction, and we want our citizens to be more than 90% satisfied, and we can see that online services are managing that, and I have to mention that 77% is a very high level of satisfaction, and I'm very glad that the offline ASC services have this high quality of services, and we can see that it is increasing and improving. In 2021, we want to have the centers of action, the new type, and when the person is coming to ASC, he can go one time and he can solve all the problems, and we will have the centers of action, that is a platform where the ASC members can get the education, and the administrators can have the studies, and they can improve the quality of their services, and the citizens can find the closest ASC and their schedule, and to get any kind of information, and they can sign in the e-list so that they wouldn't need to wait in the queue. And also we're working on DIA platform, and we are improving the work in the distant places, and this year we are going to add 6,000 places of bed connection, and that is why we want to remind the people to give their applications to improve to apply for the high-speed internet, and sometimes we are making the first internet connection in some areas, and I would like to thank our strategical partners, ULIT with Europe, for the support in creating of ASC and improving the administrative services, and ULIT with Europe is helping us to create the multi-level support, and that is why for a long time we're working together for a long time, and with the help of You Lead with Europe, we have created the studies for the ASC members, and also we have made Yemalatko, and we are very proud of this and the center of action, and that is why we can see that during the last time the network of ASCs is happening, and we have the understanding, the clear understanding how we can increase the number of ASCs and to provide our citizens high quality services. And I really appreciate the support of our partner, and I wish you good and productive, efficient conference. And I think that Ukraine is moving to our objective to make Ukraine one of the most comfortable states, because the country is working to provide the services to the citizens. So thank you very much for your support. Thank you, Mr. Minister. And we are passing the floor the Martin Masikas, Ambassador, Head of the EU delegation to Ukraine. Дорогі
Honorable members of parliament, ambassadors, colleagues, dear all. First of all, I would like to thank the EU Lead with Europe program and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency for organizing this conference. Decentralisation and public services improvement have been one of the most dynamic reforms in Ukraine during last years. They are among key priorities of the EU's support to Ukraine. Making sure that citizens and businesses can access services in a modern and convenient way, it's crucial for the quality of life in this country. The business climate and entrepreneurial activities also benefit largely from having access to transparent services provision close to where they operate. The public institutions of any Hromada are the display windows of the competences and commitments of the recently elected councils and mayors. Hence, having well-functioning administrative service centers that are free of corruption will lead to strengthened trust in the local authorities, and it will create a positive environment for strong local democracy, empowerment of residents, and growth. The EU and its 6 member states, Germany, Sweden, Estonia, Denmark, Poland, and Slovenia, fund the EU Lead with Europe program. This program runs since 2016 and is, with its budget of 158 million euro, one of the biggest EU cooperation programs. Over the 5 years of active implementation, EU Lead support to improved administrative service delivery has achieved significant results. 562 Hromadas became partners of the program for establishment of administrative service centers. As of today, almost 300 administrative service centers have started operating in Hromadas across Ukraine. Among them, 11 mobile administrative service centers have been launched. They deliver services to the most remote settlements in Hromadas and reach the most vulnerable population. In total, by mid-2021, 484 administrative service centers will have been established with support by EU Lead with Europe. 11.9 million residents of Hromadas will receive an access to quality services due to the program's efforts. And finally, when it comes to digital transformation, EU Lead also developed interoperability system Trembita and VULC, which is a software system for services provision in the administrative service centers. Looking ahead, we can see that some key challenges remain for the improvement of administrative services provision. The main ones being creation of the necessary infrastructure for service provision in Hromadas, especially in the smallest ones, delegation of authorities from the state level to local self-government, and transferring the services delivery from rayon level to Hromadas, improving the legislation, including on making the fees for administrative services transparent and affordable, and of course, ensuring the financial sustainability of the established administrative service centers. To manage these challenges, I encourage the Ukrainian authorities to take further steps in the development of accessible and qualitative services in accordance with best European practices, to work together with new mayors, to exchange experience and build even stronger partnerships. In this regard, today's conference is a great opportunity for all stakeholders to learn from each other, to come up with joint recommendations and solutions. The European Union and its member states will continue to provide comprehensive support and advice to Ukrainian government and Hromadas to improve the quality of public services and the life of citizens. I wish you all a successful conference.
Дуже дякуємо вам, пане Маті.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marcus. Now, Mr. Tobias Seberg, Ambassador of Sweden to Ukraine.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Fyodor, deputies of the Rada, colleagues. I'm extremely happy to be here at the annual conference of the ULEAD project, the purpose of which is to summarize the achievements and the progress that we've made so far, and also to look ahead towards the challenges, trends that we will be facing in the future. The objective of Swedish development cooperation in Ukraine is to help build a strong, democratic, European Ukraine governed by the rule of law. And that is why decentralisation is at the very core of Swedish development support to Ukraine. We believe that functioning local self-governance, where the political decisions which matter most to Ukrainians are taken close to them, is an absolutely key condition for a democratic Ukraine governed by the rule of law. We also believe that effective service delivery, whereby local government can also deliver on the promises to their citizens, is essential if institutions are to take hold in Ukraine. That is the reason why we have prioritized local self-governance and decentralization reform so strongly. And we are particularly inspired by our cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is taking local self-governance not only to the sphere of geographic decentralization, but also decentralizing in the information space. Now, looking forward, there are two issues which I think will be particularly important for Ukraine in the year to come. One of them is the importance of developing legislation in such a way that the empowered Hromadas and the administrative service centers are actually delegated the powers necessary in order to determine the services to be delivered to citizens at the local level and to actually provide those services. I think the second challenge, which will be particularly important in view of the aftermath of the pandemic that we're now looking forward to, is to ensure that the resources that are necessary for the local self-government bodies to deliver to citizens are actually made available to them by the central government. And these are two issues that Sweden will be working closely with our Ukrainian partners to help progress in the year ahead. So with those words, I would like to thank the organizers of today's conference very much and wish you a great conference and look forward to following the proceedings. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо, пане посол.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. Now to follow our conference, after we are now starting this section, fifth year of providing support to improve services delivered in Ukraine. I'm giving the floor to Susanna Dallens, SIDA Program Director of ULEAD with Europe.
Can you hear me? That's great. Good morning to everyone. I'm so glad to welcome you all. Please, can you share my presentation?
Є? Ага, так.
Thank you. If you remember the previous 2 years, we were meeting you at the You Lead Europe conference in Kiev. That was, well, there were so many of us. That was so honorable to welcome all of the people. That this year we must hold it online. Look how close we were all standing together, not wearing masks. Today's conference is devoted to 5 years of support to improve service deliveries in Ukraine, Hromadas. That is why I'm so happy for this day, despite that the format of the meeting is different. This year, we're finishing the partnership with more than 500 Hromadas for creation or modernization of ASC. But right now, I would like to emphasize that the next years we will move on supporting Hromadas in their will to provide the necessary services for citizens and business as well, and increasing the accessibility level to those services, the new challenges and the new opportunities for the program. Ukraine, and we started working in Ukraine as a program in 2016. So Ukraine 2016 is so much different from Ukraine today, and we were all involving together with the partners. Before the decentralization process, Ukraine had more than 11,000 territorial hromadas, and when we started in 2016, there were already about 300 OTG, amalgamated hromadas. Today, 2021, and Ukraine has already territorial hromadas, and they are numbering to 369. So there are different number of it. This is amalgamations together with legislation transformation in order to make sure the authorities will function better. That amalgamation took place, and the big achievement of Ukraine, this is what we can see today. Many other countries are watching with excitement with your decentralization experience. Our team and me personally, as a Swedish citizen of EU, I can say this is my honor to participate in this huge amalgamation process and be witness of historical changes of your country. That is so exciting, and this is bringing to life a huge hope, I must say. Our team is so proud of being engaged to these achievements, and that we could really achieve the aim of bringing services closer to the people and increasing possibilities of Hromada. For the past 5 years, the local authorities, together with the government of Ukraine and with the help of the international support, have launched this decentralization process. Each country actually has to go through when they want to increase the quality of their citizens. So I'm so glad that you're participating. We're participating in this again. The government has already also launched the digital transformation process, which is helping in decentralization. And there are exact already achievements on the national level. The Ministry of Digital Transformation, together with the development of Hromadas and territories, together with the government, have implemented many strategical changes that are aimed into reformation of principles and principles of service provision on the local level. The results are already visible. When we started working with first amalgamated Hromadas in 2016, then we could never imagine at that time that like 2021, we would be already standing here and discussing the realization of creating the ASCs arrangement in each Hromada. But the main trigger for the progress at each place, these are you people, stakeholders who are devoted to your work. You leaders and the workers of ASC, the heads of the ASC and experts of admin services, thanks to your energy and desire for change, we enter 2021 with new landscape for development of strong Hromadas. Here on the slide, you may see the development of our activities context and the results the local authorities could have achieved for the past 5 years. I would like to recall every year of our team in Ukraine. But of course, it's 5 years for 5 minutes speech. Of course, you cannot manage it. But let's try. 2017. We have realized the pilot phase on improvement of service provision. Then, together with amalgamated Hromadas, we have piloted different models of ASC creation. 2018, the phase implementation. This year has become the main one on the implementation program you lead phase, when EU lead and Hromadas together started formalizing their application for participation, and we started development of the technical tasks, roadmaps as well for the Hromada partners on how the admin service centers could be either modernized or created. The expert programs that year have already tried the key methodological works on the institutional creation of ASC, as well as recommendation of implementing the gender equality, which goes through of importance throughout our program. Now, 2019 was full of small and big wins. Now we had new partnerships started with the Hromadas, improving the administrative service provision, making it closer to every citizen, man and woman. We worked a lot with documents and policies in order to creating better conditions for ASC at the local level. Together with you, we have welcomed 2020, been fully ready for the next implementation, the right level of ASC in Hromada with well-qualified personnel and high institutional capability. All the processes started moving faster and better until we have faced unfavorable situation that all the world has faced. We all have to wear masks. It meant that our program had to adapt, and each way of support had to be adapted as well. Right now, we have gathered for the conference called Services for Everyone, which is an annual program conference For the next 2 days, we're going to sum up the results for the period starting March 2020 until March 2021. And that this year was quite challenging, and I think we came through this year as strong people. We became more effective as well. All things became possible thanks to the teamwork and thanks to the high level of trust and mutual support. Now I would like to draw attention to the results of our program. We were working hard on complex supports for Hromadas. At the same time, the policy activity as well on the level of Verkhovna Rada, on the transition of authority to the local level for the admin service provision. So our work led to the results that the citizens at the place can already feel that more than 200 Hromadas can have access to the admin services on the local level. Summing up the 5 years' work, we should mention about the challenging volume of the physical support of Hromadas to create comfortable and accessible centers. Maybe you have already heard of this analogy, like if you will put all these 13,494 chairs for the visitors of the service centers, which we created with the help of ULEAD, then you can land an airplane on the space where those chairs can stand. And not only an airplane, if we add all of the other furniture, then we would need a tanker to transport all the furniture that are placed in those service centers. I have to explain, this is not our program that blocked the Egyptian channel. Sorry, I would like to clarify that. Most of the furniture that the program partners have got, that furniture was produced in Ukraine itself. We didn't have to import it from far abroad. And the right premises, this is one of the integral parts of the service center. But the main thing, of this ASC are the services as well as qualified and motivated personnel. Right now, I would like to address every Hromada partner of our program and thank you for your huge investment as well as enthusiasm, for your readiness for change, and for your hard everyday work on implementation of those changes. The program support would never make sense without your will and without your great efforts to provide citizens and business with accessible services close to their house or place of activity. Everything started from your desire. With the help of our cooperation, we are supporting the ambitions and desires. And we are so happy to see that thanks to effective partnership, we managed to make considerable input into enhancing the possibility for your Hromadas. We are also sure that authorities to provide the basic admin services have to belong to the local authorities. This is what is their natural functions, and this is one of their major tasks, I must say. The sustainable development may not happen without involvement of citizens, without increasing of their engagement into the decision-making processes as well as the processes execution. I would like to emphasize that the citizens' engagement into development of their hromadas, understanding their rights and possibilities, are triggering the social changes as well as economic activity enhancement as well as business development on the local level.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to wish you energy and continue your own way of development and use all the possibilities and be sure that you are on the right way. On behalf of the European Union, the program you lead with Europe, on behalf of our big team, I'm very glad that we have such a successful cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Susanna, for this incredible 5-year experience and expertise. I would like to add only that the Suez Canal is the good example of what can happen if we do not have the queue in ASC. And now we're given the floor to. I'm sorry, we have a bit different. We have the change. We have Bastian Fagal, GIS Program Director of You Lead with Europe.
Hello. I am honored to be here today representing alongside the organizers of this event, the You Lead with Europe program and its continued implementation in a phase 2. Besides the activities in the focus of the event today, our program continues to support Ukraine on its way of reforms, specifically regarding decentralization and regional development. Also in the future, could you do the next slide, please? Also in the future, You Lead with Europe addresses all levels of government. The Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories, which is responsible for the decentralization portfolio, is the primary partner at the central level, alongside the Ministry of Digital Transformation, while the over 1,400 municipalities are the focus at the local level. We foster high-level support to the decentralization process in Ukraine and provide policy and legal advice to strengthen local self-government in line with the European Charter of Local Self-Government. We promote dialogue between municipalities and citizens, teaming up with civil society organizations and fostering participation of citizens in local decision-making. We strengthen the capacities of municipalities, delivering a variety of events in line with our thematic support packages and triggering a virtuous cycle of empowerment. We help to achieve better reform outcomes through more effective discourse and coordination across government at all levels and with stakeholders. And of course, decentralization is not an end in itself, but triggers the motivation and initiative for development in all parts of a country. So you can see that You Lead is intervening at many levels in order to promote decentralization and regional development in Ukraine. The next slide, please. We continue the integration of challenges imposed by the pandemic while we move into the phase 2 of the You Lead with Europe program. A special attention will be given to newly created municipalities. And a focus on legal expert advice will be done in 2021, and this will be a crucial year for the legislative framework for the future, how to term it, substantiation of the decentralization successes that we have already achieved in our partnership. We will roll out a comprehensive package of capacity development measures in regional development, and several dialogue and exchange activities are on their way of implementation. Further, we will continue to develop our thematic support packages and the Reader for Leaders. And here you see two interesting findings from the statistical analysis of our events and how the switch to online and virtual events has impacted our operations. The first graph on the right shows the average number of participants per consultation. Our ad hoc and on-demand advisory services over time, we can see that the average size of the consultations has become smaller with time, especially since the onset of the pandemic. The panel below shows the average number of participants of our seminars and trainings over time, which shows a stark increase of participants with a switch to online delivery. Thus, our consultations are becoming more private, while our trainings are becoming more public. These dynamics are an example of how the online mode is changing the nature of our work. And this requires that we continuously review, adjust, and improve the way we deliver the content digitally in order to ensure the quality of our activities. And this brings me to one of our main upcoming strategic directions, the digital transformation of our service delivery. Enhancing this digital delivery for the sake of the future empowerment of Hromadas in Ukraine and its adherence to key quality standards will be our main goal also in the future. And I would like to thank all of you participating in this conference and the organizers of this conference to make this happen today. I wish all of you a great discussion and also a nice online experience. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякуємо, пане Бастіане, за такі яскраві результати та таку чудову презентацію. Надається слово пані Анастасії Ярмошенко, керівнику команди імплементаторів НІРАС Швеція. Пані Анастасія, ви нам розкажете про результати роботи програми по створенню та модернізації ЦНАП та графіки завершення підтримки.
Дуже дякую. Скажіть, будь ласка, чи видно презентацію, чи чути мене?
Видно, так, все вірно.
Так, дякую. Шановні учасники конференції, мене звуть Анастасія, я керівник команди імплементаторів від НІРАС Швеція. Щире вітання від мене зі Стокгольму та від всієї великої команди НІРАС по всій Україні.
Project and you in Ukraine. Unfortunately, I'm not able to be in Kiev for this important event, although I really wanted to be. In this presentation, I would like to emphasize on two aspects. The first thing is what we were starting with and what we have achieved. So if we are answering the first question, or how everything started today, it is almost 2.5 years since NIRAS program has started. Everything has started in January 2019, and round number 1 has started. We were starting with 108 partner Hromadas, and our team consisted of 82 experts. On the photo, you can see the ceremony which was in the very beginning. Then in May 2019, we had round 2, and in November, round number 3, and in March 2020, round 4. Also, where we are now on the 12th of April 2021, we were working with 447 partner Hromadas. Our team consists of 450 experts all around Ukraine, and at the moment, there are 221 ASCs. In the framework of our work, we were providing the support and our experts were given the consult on the concept of modernization and functionality of ASC, the schedule of work, the informational and technological cards. Among all these documents were the informational and technological cards. I would like to draw attention that one document could be even more than 10,000 pages. We were also given the informational support to provide the informational awareness, and we have prepared more than 10,000 documents for the ASCs. We didn't count the number of the pages, but we promise to do that in the future. And to improve the quality of the staff, the qualification of the staff, we were making the trainings of 5 stages, and the participants were the members of ASCs and the members of the administrative official bodies who are providing the services or helping to provide the services. I would like to emphasize on the most famous model, that is model number 4, that is business ethics and cooperation with the clients. The main form of our trainings were offline, but because of the pandemic, we had to switch to online. Although still people preferred offline. Therefore, we have provided trainings for more than 10,400 people, and my colleague Yulia Smoglykova will tell more about the trainings. She is the coordinator of the trainings of rounds 1, 2, and 3. One of the key issues about our support was that the program was making the procurement of furniture, signs, and other things needed for ASCs. But before we were doing the procurements, we had to do the repair works in the buildings according to the EU Lead with Europe requirements. I would like to show you a few photos to show what have we achieved. As on the left, as you can understand, that is the photo before the repair works, and on the right, after. We were making different type of repair works. It could be the cosmetic repair works, or sometimes we had to build the whole building. We were installing the new glass doors to make these objects accessible for the people with disabilities. And we want to say that round number 4 is still being proceeded. And in the framework of this project, we had bought more than 88,000 units. And all of us understand that these incredible results could be achieved only with our team. And during these 2.5 years, we were developing and we were improving with the program. In the end of the previous year, we have summarizing all our achievements, and I would like to share them with you. Among the achievements, our colleagues were mentioning good hromadas, the remote control of work, the compromises in achieving the compromises in the work using WebEx and Zoom. And some of the colleagues were mentioning that they have improved their English level, and the others were mentioning that we have to appreciate what we have. And I was really amused that despite all the problems and all the huge amount of work, no one was never saying that no one complained. And as for the schedule, at the moment we have finished round number 1 and number 3. Round number 2, we have finished all the procurements except the computer. We have settled all the computers, and till June 2021, everything would be finished. Till June 2021, the furnitures are are supplied to 80 Ramadas, 50 are left. The computers, we have to make the procurement for 3 Ramadas and to finish the settlement. And as for e-list, we have to provide it to 26 Ramadas. And I think the main thing which I would like to say is the words of appreciation. That is why, as a lot of people are watching us, that is why I think I would like to say that a lot of people were helping us, and I was thinking, when I was writing my speech, I was thinking who I would like to appreciate, and I have spent the whole evening, and I have listed 65 people. That is why I do not want to take the time from the other speakers, and I would like to thank all of you, to thank the Ramadas partners, Nira's team, offices Nira's Ukraine office Nira's in Sweden, the teams of ASCAR and GAF in Ukraine, Association of ASC, and also to all the people who were working with. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you so much.
Madam Anastasia, thank you so much for your words. If you remember, 2021 has brought a lot of changes in the sphere of the administrative services provision. We have invited one of the major experts of Leads with Europe program to present the new vision of development in 2021, the new concept of providing these admin services. So we are inviting Valentina Poltavets, the Executive Director for the OTG Association. Hello, dear guests. The new conference, traditional conference, but in new surrounding, and which is very welcome by Ramadas, because the context of Ramadas are living after the elections in 2021 has changed slightly, and it will go on changing during 2021 as well. I would like to emphasize the main challenges Ramadas are facing. Firstly, Ramadas are expecting that the ULEAD program and international partners, as well as the Ministry of Digital Transformation, they have become great partner for Ramadas for implementing the ASC. They will never leave Ramadas alone. There are more than 500 Ramadas which are still in the transformation process. When the ASC has taken from RDA or a new ASC were created only in October 2020. So searching for resources and creating those service centers are very important. ULEAD program today has demonstrated greatly that for the past 5 years, it was a great philosophy shift in Ramadas for the service provision. The fact that we're having a great methodological support from EU LEAD program, and I must say a huge army of experts supporting Ramadas. Thus, we as associations, we are ready to be a background. So the second challenge for Ramadas is creation conditions for integration of administrative services, governmental administrative services, like registration of marriages and divorces and so on. Then organization, the state registers work in the small Ramadas. This is quite challenging. Ramadas are ready to create those conditions, but in cooperation with the state authorities that would be delegating those tasks. The approach of having many state services provided in the ASC delegated to ASC. That needs a very balanced approach. Small Ramadas will have a challenge of human resources. That is why we can help those Ramadas to prepare, to train, to provide methodological support of the experts working in the small Ramadas. The new challenge for the working ASC, which are already working for a few years and with a certain experience. So their challenge is sustainability. We were actively participating to develop the law on administrative prices, payments, and 2021 should be the year when this law should be accepted, that the services will have certain fees. So this fee law should be accepted this year. There are many things that my colleagues have emphasized, and they will still emphasize. I'm so thankful to the You Lead with Europe, the Swedish SIDA, that are playing the main line in decentralization. This is how they were supporting decentralization materially, as well as consulting, providing trainings. We're so happy to our partners on behalf of all Ramadas. Thus, I hope the next period for Ramadas will be provided with the state support as well as associations and partners as well. Thank you, Madam Valentina. I'm giving the floor to Madam Lesira Kapyak, Head of ASC in Lutsk City. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm so glad to participate in this yearly conference. It would be really great to meet and hug everyone, share the results we could achieve for the past year. And at the same time, I must say that 2020 was so challenging for all the citizens in the reform of territorial administrative changes, as well as creation of ASC. So what I mean, there were new remote working places created, and we can already share the experience of ASC in Lutsk. And by the 3rd January 2021, we were providing 490 services. The challenge was that all the remote workers could provide not only the basic services, but the ones that are needed in Ramadas. There's lots of effort was drawn to the digital training of our citizens and clients. People could undergo the online training, pass the test, get a certificate. That was stimulating for the good quality service provision. And this is very important to keep up with the standards we have approved for all of the ASC in Ukraine. Besides of training our customers how to order more services online, simultaneously we were teaching them to use the electronic services and that they can receive the services using mail as well. The law on changes about administrative services was very to the help, because people didn't have to fill in any application, or when administrator could fill in application. That significantly decreased the time for service provision. So the citizens didn't have to stay long altogether in one room. So I would like to draw attention on the challenges the ASCs are facing. So, I mean, those who didn't have significant financial support. For example, we bought 8 stations for ID passports. If we have received 25 million hryvnia in 2018, and 2020 we received only 11 million hryvnia. But all the expenditures are going on the shoulders of the town budgets, and provision of the remote working spaces, the delivering of the workers to the place of their work, and all the other things were so challenging. We have to provide it on our own. And another problem we're facing is that the reform of the territories. We cannot, for example, provide e-Malyatko service because the new territory is not formatted to the way we want it to work. But all in all, working together, running the trainings, we could even engage psychologists 1 year ago to work with ASC personnel, that in the pandemic conditions they were prepared to provide the remote services. I'm calling for the Verkhovna Rada to support the law on administrative fees and administrative reform so that our citizens could get their services on the appropriate level. Thank you so much, Madam Larissa, for your words. Now I'm giving the floor to Viktor Timoshik, the main expert of the remote services in the ULEAD Europe. I'm so happy to be engaged to this 5 years conference, and I would like to talk about the challenges of this year and the next year. And we can recall what happened 1 year ago. The main basis, this administrative and territorial reform, and enlargement of territorial domains. So there were significant changes into the law of administration. Firstly, that was the model for ASC service provision. The main barrier was a classic dogmatic approach that should be only administrator. But now the law says that these quick services could be provided by the personnel that is present in ASC. The law also presupposes that the services could be provided by the subjects of the admin service provision, which is given certain flexibility for the local authorities. The law does not force Hromadas to choose any of it. They are flexible. And the admin services law says that ASC, this is the subject providing the sufficient list of services, and this is the government now having a great role to identify what is the obligatory list of those ASC, and we would like to call the government that it should be well balanced, including the basic services, diminished the barriers for service provision, and after that we could think of more high-end qualified exotic services. For the past year, we have seen that more and more services through different mechanisms became closer to the people, and the law 943 says about the procedure for creating ASC, and it says that each Hromada should ASC, and they should replace the old ASCs in the old regional centers. So all the finances should be directed on those local authorities. Another moment which I would like to emphasize, which is amalgamating the admin services and decentralisation. It doesn't matter if you have ASC or not. The local authorities, the village councils can actually hold those service provision if they can provide those services during a short period of time, like registering the address, registering marriages, and all the local services, local notarial notary public services as well. This is another opportunity which is foreseen by the law as well. And all our 5-year experience said that delegation authority to local authorities directly impacts on the quality of the services as well integration into ASC. All the territorial Ramadas have gained the opportunity to register real estate for the business at the place of their dwelling. If previously the registering the address of the dwelling address is represented in 100% of ASC, and it takes up to 15 minutes if it's well organized. And in order to compare, I would like to draw attention of the government to the civil status registration. We were saying that it's quite challenging, and at each meeting we talked about it, and changes were not taken fast. And as per our internal monitoring, the registration of civil status is represented in only 17%. It means 83% of the remote spaces are not providing that service, which was actually there before transferring to the remote work. And we would also like to emphasize for the past 5-year period, Ukraine has undergone very good road, and we have reached great results. Let's move on to the better results even.
Thank you, Victor. Sector, thank you, colleagues. We, dear colleagues, we are starting the first panel discussion, which is called the priorities and the strategy for 2021. And we are inviting the participant, Ms. Lyudmila Rabchinska, Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Ms. Lyudmila will join us online. Sergei Sharshov, Ms. Larisa Bilozir, member of Ukraine Parliament. Mr. Alexander Slobozhan, Executive Director of Association of Cities, and the moderator would be Viktor Timoshuk, the main expert. The leading expert of You Lead with Europe program support to improved administrative services. Alexander is offline with us, and the rest of our colleagues are online, and we are going to continue our discussion with those statuses which our colleagues have mentioned, and maybe Ms. Lyudmila Rabchinska, as the most responsible person in the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, will take word the first. And actually, everyone is saying that they feel your care, they feel your efficient work. But actually, I would like to ask you, what kind of problems can you see? What kind of challenges can you see for this year, for the next year, as the most prioritized issues? And also, if it is possible, maybe you would be able to answer now. It would be very great if you would be able to say a few words about ASC development, and if you have the instruments, if you have the tools for the monitoring. And all the colleagues, I would be asked to talk around 4 minutes, and maybe later, if this time will be not enough for you, you can continue in the questions session. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. Thank you very much. I would like to greet the program. I really liked to cooperate with you during all this time as an expert before I became before the representative of the ministry, and we would miss you. And I think that we would continue to work with you for a long time, and we would continue to change the processes in Ukraine and to improve the administrative services provision. And I would like to shake your hands, to hug you if it would be possible after the pandemic, because it was so pleasant to work with the program, and it was always successful. And I know that every one of us who is working in this sphere felt during these 5 years your support, your help, and your results. And when we are coming to the question which Mr. Victor has mentioned, I will show you the presentation, and I think we can start from this. The priorities of the state policy in the administrative services sphere in 2021-2022. Of course, we're going to support and to continue to work with Verkhovna Rada, with Parliament, and now we have eight legal drafts, and I think that are one of the most important issues we have to resolve. And I think that we would be able to find the perfect way which can bring Ukraine to the modern, to the justice, administrative taxes. And also we have two legal drafts on the state laws, one for the military tax, and also one more for the administrative services. And also we have 6 decrees of the government. We have a few amendments to the administrative services, and also one for the special informational cards for the temporarily moved people, for the refugees, and also one for the methods of accounting of the price of provision of the administrative services. And we're going to do that the next week. And of course, we would like to invite you, and we would like to get your feedback. And also, we have 9 decrees of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. 8 of them are about the platform, DIA, and one is for the subvention for the development of the ASC network. And also we're going to have the decree on that in the nearest future. And as for the support on the creating a new ASC, so this year we have also mentioned in the beginning of this year, we are going to modernize all our ASCs, and the beginning of the year we had 268 of them, and also would like to open 130 new ASCs, and that is the plan which we consider to be realistic. And of course, we want to have more, and we are doing our best. The other thing is increasing the number of the services delivered in ASCs, and you can see that it is going to change. And I'm moving to the next slide to explain you, to show you what is behind these numbers. First of all, there are we consider that the central we think that some information which is not provided by ASC can be provided there, and also the services which are provided by the regional state administration can be provided by ASCs, and also district state administration and territorial bodies. They can also be provided in ASCs in all the villages and all the towns. And as for the question, how many transformed ASCs do we have? And in the first quarter, we have 215, and that are the ones which were created, and you can see how many of them and in which regions were transformating. But I want also to mention that in all these villages, in all these regions, we have ASCs, and I really appreciate all the support we have achieved from all those people who were helping us. Thank you very much for your engagement. Thank you very much for your support. And it's really great that people are continued to achieve administrative services. And also we have 26 ASC OMS, which we have to create in the administrative centers. I mean, in those which are functioning at the moment as the regional centers, and they have ASCs, and you can see that we have less regions here, but still we have, and according to our legislation, they have to be functioning to the end of this year. And as for the center of Dia, I'm going to talk about that later in the other discussion, but I would tell a few words. We have the new law where Center Dia is used as a definition, and we have the approximate provisions about ASCs and the approximate regulations for ASCs, and also the order and conditions of provision of subvention in ASCs. And as for the question, what we are planning in the future, we are planning to provide to open Center Dia in all the regions of Ukraine. The other issue is the financial support for ASCs because of subvention. Our magical number 2031, that is the number which was provided from the state budget, and we are doing our best to share this sum between the regions, and we have consultations now at daytime and at night time. Thank you very much for your questions. Maybe you have the other questions, please. There is a link to our webinar, and you can see the key answers to the key questions which have appeared during the next 2 weeks after our webinar. Please join it and watch it and send your feedbacks. The other plan is the platform Center Dia. It would be very efficient for the citizens and for the administration. For the citizens, they would be able to find information about the work of the centers and also the map of Center Dia, that is a network of ASCs, and also the map that is online. The dashboards of effectiveness of the centers, and that is a monitor tool, and the information about vacant positions, and all this information would be available on the website, and it would be much easier to find the person for the vacant position. And of course, the second target audience are the professionals, the people who are working with the platform. They will have the models of the remote education. They have the explanations and recommendations for the work, the library of the materials, and also the up-to-date samples of the documents. We are starting this year, and during the next few years, we are going to enlarge the number of the documents available, and we would improve the system of the remote education, and that would be the stage of improvement. As for the monitoring, of course, we would like to have much more efficient monitoring of the administrative services provision, and this year we're going to we are going to use it for ASCs, and of course on the platform of Center Dia we're going to post the public dashboard with the results of our monitoring. And this year we also would like to start the centralized quality control. And as for the register of the state services, all of you are using the guide, and thank you very much that you are using it in your work, and thank you that you're advising it to your clients, to your citizens, and we can see the number of people using this tool is increasing, and people are satisfied with the information they can get there, because we were trying to make this information understandable, and so that they could understand how much do they have to pay, where do they have to pay, how do they where can they get the samples of the documents they have to fulfill. And of course, if there is a complaint procedure, and we are describing it, and we are given the certain periods, and at the moment we have on the guide we have 1,700 services, and you can see that in the beginning of this year we had 1,500 services, and this year we want to have 2,000, and in the next year we want to have 2,300, and it is said that it's not so hard to create the first 1,500, and then to find the other services, and we are working on that, because there are some services which are hiding, and sometimes it is very difficult to find them, and it is much more difficult to find these one comparing to those one which are the surface, and that is the end, that are the main plans we have for the future. And I will tell about Center D more, and I think this panel would be at 2 o'clock, and thank you very much, and thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Ludmila, and I hope that you are going to stay with us for the discussion, because the panelists and the participants can ask the question. And I would like to, Mr. Victor, I would not be able to stay, because I have the meeting in the other ministry, and I will have to leave. So thank you very much for the good presentation, and we wish you good luck. Goodbye. I would like. Mr. Alexander, I would like to ask you, because it's interesting, what do people say? Because I see that you have a very short list, but on the other hand, there are 29 points. And maybe you can tell a few words. What kind of challenges can you see in the sphere of the administrative services? But please do not start from the money, because we are going to discuss it later, or do not. And we have for 4 or 5 minutes, and of course, maybe you want to say something more, and then we will have the discussion.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, the organizers, for this event. I was looking at the presentation and checked our 29 problematic issues. The association is representing 1,000 municipalities. We have the big, medium, small towns, and also small villages. I'm emphasizing that because each group of municipalities has different challenges and very specific to their type. You said don't refer to the money question. And I think funding, this is something that's always troubling all the municipalities. But there are more other challenges. And this 29, these are the challenges drawn from the questionnaire. And there are 3 major groups of problems called lack of funding, but this is question of development and own resources. And we're recommending to do that. And there was another presentation. Thank you so much for highlighting this invention and the development of ASC, how it might look like. And so we have talked with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and there is a subvention for the improving internet quality. And the applications, we have only applications on the 22% of the total amount of resource. First, we're saying, okay, we don't have enough of funding. Then we organize the contest, say, please apply, and only they apply to consume 22% of those funding. So they thought it's not they didn't want it, but they didn't trust. They thought that getting those funding would have a certain burden on the local authorities. And I'm asking the village ahead, like, you don't have good quality internet here, there is funding of the authorities, but they're thinking, okay, maybe we would not be able to handle the co-funding. So they are pretty scared. So the regions are promoting the subventions, and on the regional committee, we were promoting it when other associations didn't support us. They're all saying, we are not having the structural subventions. We're saying, dear colleagues, here, this is the another subvention, and we want Ministry of Regions taking care of it because they finished the administrative territories reform. But the project law 4200 is going to talk about norms on the funding amount, and municipalities could receive it. So to resume the funding, we have enough of money. Main thing that people should apply, and then they will receive. Second question, training. That's the second block of problems, as far as we're having many questions like how to fill up the document, and the social Ramada question, when certain blocks in the software do not correspond to procedure that is approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. Notary public for the villages was not extrapolated on the village Ramadas. Another block of problems, this is access to the registers and exchange of register, starting from expensive software, like starting with passports and
це говорив. Вони мають спроможність і вони за допомогою своїх відповідних.
So they do have the possibilities.
Певні навіть перехідники, ми пам'ятаємо всі революційну машину трембіту.
We do remember the revolutionary Trimbita. It's available here, but the access to the register remains a huge problem. And the finalizing question, like you said that everyone opened the admin service centers, but we have questioned 200 municipalities. There were cases that either regional administration did not transfer either equipment or the parameters, why they want those equipment. This was already transferred to Ramada. Why they need that equipment? It's an open question. That equipment was bought for financed by the government. If government made the reform, so it has to be transferred to Ramadas. That's logical. Next question, this is enhancing the personnel qualification. So what do Ramadas say? Very high qualification. Well, state geocadaster are setting up very high demands, so training demands, and state administrator is also having very high demands on their. So, people are afraid that this training, so people won't like to know if the testing was not passed. People would like to see what were their mistakes, so they will undergo the training and then they could pass it again. And then another issue is about the online testing that we used before. So the next one block. This is software for Hromadas and the pension fund software. It needs more perfection. So no matter how much training you hold, if the software will contradict the law or is not perfect, then it's not possible to work it out. And block 25, as you saw in the letter, most of the people think that Ministry of Justice is creating extensive barriers to access to profession. This is what they say. So why we created this problematic? Some of questions will be resolved in a year or two, that's for sure. I don't want municipalities create the feeling that it's doom, everything's gone. No. Either this question will be out of agenda when there will be the law on PDF plus 5% accepted. With regards to training, when we will uplift these testing barriers, such programs, donor programs you lead, as well as we, association, MPs, region, are ready to give training, not systematic trainings, of course. This is like, we have a problem, seminar done, explain the action plan. So what's the problem of those training? The law is changing, normative bases are not explained. People start reading themselves, like based on Ministry of Justice or based on some other organization. They have the seminar, they have the issues explained. So I really hope that we will overcome all the issues. And software, this is government's responsibility, because this is the government who is offering those softwares. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Your 29 points, they fit the same as we're having in UA Lead's white book. So we're addressing government with these questions, and what your colleagues have proven and you announced this. I think you're like copied from us, and we're calling for Minister of Justice, please open the test questions so that people can get ready to them. How you can get ready to test if they're not open? This is illogical and it's not made. But nevertheless, each drop is sharpening the stone, and soon we will break through. And I'm inspired having Larissa Bilozir with us. We can do many things. She's not just MP and majoritarian. She is the head of the subcommittee of administrative services and admin procedures. And the new law on the ASC has already uplifted the extra demand to the profession. So you, as the head of the subcommittee, as the majoritarian MP, what do you think are the hottest issues in the current period? Thank you so much, Mr. Victor. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be present here at this event. We're highlighting not only the positive issues, but the problems as well. And I am just back from the Lawyers Associations of Ukraine, and we were talking with regards of the children's rights protection. I had also a meeting of the Ministry of Education. And thus I'm so optimistic today, because the most in the sphere of ASC, there are so many problems, but we are so well prepared for this transformation. Truly, we have good legislation in hand. Legislative acts are voted on time. So the methodological recommendations are written there up to 3 months, but it means 6 months. everything is done on the last day of the third month, on the last day of the sixth month. Thus, there are methodological recommendations and the roadmap as well. The 3 months, for the 3 months, our Ramadas were living like they want. There are already 215 ASC created. They could create it on paper, of course. This the ASC based on the councils, and they're not all prepared, well prepared. On the paper they might be, but sometimes in reality there can be 1 or 2 rooms without proper conditions to receive citizens. There is a subventions, and we received 231 million instead of 2 billion, which is okay. And Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Education don't have that amount of stakeholders engaged on working on the legislation, and I think that's a true breakthrough and achievement as well. We do understand that some services are the major element of decentralization, and ASCs are one of the decentralization symbols, so to say. The services have to be closer, faster, more comfortable. But the task for today is not to lose what's already gained as the services. Our law is very good. We worked on it. We started working together yearly with Europe, Ministry of Digitalisation and associations. It's a pity it was accepted on the 3rd June, signed on the 27th June. And it created several complications. Complication number 1, that ASC in regional councils were located in the regional councils buildings, and 60% of that building belonged to the government, and it was harder to transfer it to the Hromada's ownership. And starting with January, I appealed to the Ministry of Economy to explain what Hromadas have to do. It seems that we wrote in the law that they have to apply with one package documents, and Ministry of Economy, together with decision of cabinet ministers, will transfer those real estate in the Hromada's ownership. But recommendations are being written again for clarification, but those things had to be done in advance. As of today, I heard there is already a law of Ministry of Economy. Finally, it is, but 4 months later, 4 months after they accepted the law, and the procedure have to be simplified. It's unreal to gather all those documents. Only one Hromada in one region, with the support of the Ministry of Digitalisation, and I was helping them 2 weeks. Sometimes it happened that ASCs during the transformation process didn't work for 2 weeks. The regions are cancelled. They should develop the technical task URS in order to have it implemented. So they have this real estate like they're kind of using it illegally, because they just have to preserve it, not to use it according to the law, which is very complicated, of course. So I appealed to associations of the Hromadas and the heads of the regional administrations. Please provide information on the ASC transformation, and I can emphasize and analyze questions. So the process transformation from ASC, from the regional councils to independent work, was quite problematic. There were no methodological recommendations, but now they're at place, thanks God. And the Ministry of Digitalisation was lobbying the money for digitalization, and ASCRDA was financed.
And the Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Finance didn't foresee this budgeting, but for the max maximum number, and the previous administration didn't do that, and we had these kind of administrations, and actually even those things which we mentioned, that the workers of ASC they have to move to the new organization. We have the law, and you were mentioning Bismarck, and that if you can have good you can have bad laws, but good people working there. But if, for example, you have bad people but good laws, we had the laws, but they were not followed, and we, as for example, about cadastry, and we've done everything, but in some regions they still refer to some decrees, to some laws, and we have 6 months for them to prepare it, and they don't allow administrators to work with this. That is the kind of that are the obstacles in some and we can do it only with the help of legislation. And the Ministry of the Digital Transformation helps us. And as for the Ministry of Justice, you have said it very right, Mr. Alexander, that the village councils, they have lost the opportunity to provide the services, but also the ASCs are losing this right according to our law. And this law was misunderstood, and they are saying that the Ministry of Justice is saying that you are not allowed to provide the services until the Ministry of Digital Transformation will mention the services. It is written in the law that ASC can provide any kind of services, and that is why in the law you can find these kind of bad solutions, and that is why we have to integrate as far as possible to integrate the services in ASCs and to delegate them to empower them. And we have prepared the law of 4382, and I have to finish now. And if we didn't have this immense spam, we have this kind of problem. And the towns, and the towns of the regional level, 18 million people could not receive the services in the administrative services centers, and now hromadas, which are 1 million plus 1 million, in some cases they are so far away they cannot register the marriages, the deaths, and we have 500,000 of them during the last year. And in Corona crisis, and with this pandemic, and with this kind of severe winter, they had to go 20-30 kilometers far from their town to receive these services. And you can imagine that the committee has supported this law number 4382. And the Ministry of Justice is still sending the letter that that is their special fund, and we have to postpone it, and that is why the issue of decentralization and empowering the ASCs is very difficult. Although we have discussed on this law, and we have the will from the Ministry of Information of Digitalization, and they are very acting comparing to the other ministries, and I can compare and can say that. And we are working on the plan of strategy, on the plan of work and for the state, and we can see that their legal drafts on some services, and everyone agrees that we want to do that. But actually we see the other situation. That is why I think that we have worked very well on the law, but the implementation sometimes is not sufficient. And in this case, the parliament control, and we are controlling, we are monitoring. And the last thing I would like to mention, as for the cabinet of ministers, thank you very much, Ms. Lyudmila Ravchinska, that she has this will. Unfortunately, 4382 is postponed all the time, and the committee is sending it to us, and we have the negative experience when the notary services to increase their number, sometimes even 50 kopiok, and they are failing in the parliament, because even people on the place understand that to pay 20 hryvnias for the bill and 80 kopiok for the service is really ridiculous, and that is why we are working with ministries, we are cooperating with ULEAD, with Europe, and we are controlling everything on the places, because everything looks very good on the top, but when we look at the bottom, we can see a lot of problems, and Mr. Slobodan has also mentioned them, and we're going to work on them. Okay, maybe we will talk later about money. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I wish our cooperation to be successful. We're not finishing, but I would like to ask a few questions to all our participants. And Mr. Sergey was also mentioning, and hundreds of people are watching us online, and you can send us your questions via Facebook. Mr. Sergey, we have the question to you. First of all, the most positive thing, maybe you can share your experience, how your region has achieved, I think, how have you managed to enlarge Hromada, and the other states spent decades for these things. And as for services, how do you see the role of starostas in the villages? And you have 4 or 5 minutes. I was not able to stop Miss Lady Deputy, Miss Parliament. Thank you very much. I would like to greet you on behalf of Hromada. First of all, I would like to thank my region supports and appreciates ULEAD with Europe program and SIDA program. As for the support of the program and the development of ASCs. Regarding your question, I have to say that actually we had 2 analyses. What kind of two kind of forecasts, what can happen, and realistic that, for example, we could have had some. There could be angels who would come down from heaven and help us, and they would help us to develop everything. And I should say that that was the realistic, and the other one was that we would have the agreement between all stakeholders and the agreement with the parliament and the others, and actually we had incredible way was chosen, because because nobody could imagine that everything, all of this would be implemented. And I would like also to say that the objective of this reform is that we have to develop and to provide the comfortable, to create the comfortable conditions for Hromadas. And actually we made an experiment, and we have implemented the law on Hromadas, and we saw their success, and we were able to implement and to spread it to the territory of whole Ukraine. And when I remember the previous year, I see that we had a lot of risk, and actually we had a big number, around 75% in the amalgamated territories, and actually, on the other hand, we less than 50% of the territory was using the new law. And when we're analyzing the situation which has happened in Ukraine, actually we had two ways. First way is that we could have two-dimensional reality, and we would have Ramadas without empowerment, without financing. And on the other hand, we could have had the amalgamated Ramadas, where 75% of citizens of Ukraine could have, and they could have absolutely different possibilities. And thanks to the parliament and thanks to the associations and with the understanding of the situation, we had the range of laws. And in this way, we have created an absolutely new basis. And actually, all our Ramadas have financing from the budget, have the same powers, and they have the same possibilities for the development. And actually, we had, at the moment, all our Ramadas are starting their first steps, and the success of, and we can see the successful examples on Ramadas. And as for the starosta, there is a new institution, and there is a new institution which is used to make the services closer to the citizens. And first of all, a starosta has to provide administrative services on specific territories which are not the center of the village. And thanks to the representatives of the parliament, we have the legal draft, and we had some amendments to the main legislation of Ukraine, which were mentioned before. And nowadays, starosta can provide all the full range of the administrative services and can be the center of administrative services provision. And I think we have to develop that and to improve. And I think the institution of starosta is to represent Ramada, and also we have to remember why we were creating Ramadas, and we were doing that to make the services comfortable. And we have to move in this direction, and all of us should move in this direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Serhiy. The next question maybe would be to all of us, to all of you, but Mr. Larissa has maybe mentioned that, and I think that Mr. Son, that this question would be for you. During the last years, more and more responsibilities are passed to all the educational services. And as for the administrative services, the last amendments were made in 2015. And for example, we can start from the illustration. In the beginning, I was saying that during 2016, when we have passed the right to change the place of registration, of the state registration, and 100% of ASCs have this possibility. As 3% of services are provided by the retirement pension funds. And how do you think, are ASCs ready to provide more services? And actually, we are talking about the social services, which are very difficult because of the big number of the visitors? And how do you think, do we have, how do you think we should do with that? Thank you very much for the question. I really liked the question. When this transition was starting, we had de facto the public agreement between the.
So I would like to recall that the 75% PDFO was received by the towns of the local importance, and 15% of PDFO that remained by the government were meant for certain governmental expenditures, making sure that the subvention is covering all the delegated authorities. Then they have transferred the funding for our educational people were divided into two categories: teachers and not pedagogical and not teachers, like nurse or cleaning lady and or headmaster of the school that are not providing anything in the educational sphere. And about 200 million hryvnias were already transferred in the framework of those authorities. Firstly, we have to increase the funding basis of the local authorities. Our strategy is to have 80% PDFO. You said the right thing. You said about the social hromada and amalgamated hromada. Why they're not been in a hurry to take those services? Because they don't want the city, like a Kamenka city councilor or Baranivka city councilor, like they don't, like you might think that they don't want to realize those services. They do, but their own financial resources. It means that they say, okay, we have funding, and it means we have to take away this money from teachers. And if education is covering 80% of consumers in Ramada, then it will be 20-30% that are needed as well. So we have to choose, like the guys, the doctors are choosing in the hospitals who should receive the oxygen and who not. The same, they have to choose when funding one or another sphere. So another issue that most important, the software, and the fact that the central organs of authorities don't want to share. You think that the problem with software is that executive authorities are not professional? No, this is true blockage from the Ministry of Justice and blockage from the state jail cadaster as well. Like we're canceling the oblast administration of Geocadaster. Everyone is fired, and then there is a regulation of Verkhovna Rada that we're canceling it not now, but only in 1 year. So the question with the software is still up to date as well, and the funding. When we think from the position of the government, we mean Ministry of Finance. But when we think about the, for example, if I want to speed up certain activities and we are all guided, if I want to speed up a service, we have to pay a little bit more. This is how other countries are doing. So I think we should enhance and increase the amount of administrative fees. Otherwise, Ramadas will not take those authorities. You understand? And the reform of DB and the project law says that the state registers are going to provide services on the registration, commissioning, and so on. Dear colleagues, they're not there. I can understand that the tax committees are discussing, or Minister of this is discussing, like, yes, it would be, the administrative fees will be bared by the citizen. But I don't understand when constructor is going to pay too much, so we're giving you this authority, and I have to keep the state register. And all the mothers will tell me, we're not ready to keep it. Let them go themselves. So without expecting that project law on the administrative fees, the system of authorities transfer will not happen. And as we saw the PDF for Hromadas, still the administrative fees, laws, and the software issues are still there. Yes, that's right. And the program is scarce so far that we're offering to transfer certain authorities. But if you are ready to accept, that's another question. And it's great there is a consensus as we're discussing it. So coming back to the money question, Madam Larissa, could you please talk more about subvention? 240 million per year, is that enough? 231 million per year. Is it enough to create 1,000 ASCs per year? Will it work or not? And I know that we have Sergei Shishov. He's not responsible for the FRR, but why Drohobych town is having already EU financed ASC and they are receiving money to create it. Maybe it's a human mistake. How we can coordinate that cooperation, that means regions, Ministry of Justice, they will not finance things that are already created and exist. They should finance what they have to. So we should create another ministry on coordination with reality. Then we would have things running well. And Ministry of Digitalisation and Main Region and the committee have addressed to the government that we should presuppose to have the 2 billion in the as a funding, 231 million which we received. This money is good to be used effectively. So this 173 million should be devoted to this transitional ASC. When some are saying 53 million, 20 million, so different numbers to create ASC, or sometimes when we have to renovate the ex-building of the village council, that costs 5-6 million. It raises question. Baranivka or other towns with 11-12,000 people in a town, and ASC will cost 32 million hryvnias. They're saying, okay, it will be the cultural space and administration and so on. All right, but my okrug is going to have the same thing, but it will cost me 5 million. So I don't think they are really effectively, efficiently using that money. When there were Ministry of Region representatives, they were toured not to the ASC that was created with international partners, but they guided them to the 2-room ASC in the regional council building. Funding is approved on the budget committee, and usually whatever the regional administration provides is all approved. There are ASC that were not doing anything for the past 2 years, but according to the budget code, they have to receive that 52 million. So if co-financement is coordinated well, you can create lots of new buildings with this money. 231 million is already approved for the ASC network development. So we agreed and approved, but there is one issue there which is worrying me a little bit as far they will apply for the money which is exceeding our funding, and I think co-funding, this is the key, 50-50, this is very good. It means we have to involve 1 hryvnia, not 10%. That we have to prioritize on the first stage, like creation of ASC together with the regional council, which will be the co-funding and coverage of the maximum amount of people. But Min region has provided recommendations because there is a condition in the law, and there is no limit on the amount of citizens, but another condition that by 2021 transformation from the regional council to the ASC, then creation of the new ASC, which is the hardest, because now it's quite easy to transform something on the paper and create. But like they are already created, just change their name. And the third stage, this is by 2024, Ramadas by 10,000 in case of financement. Most of them have already cooperation, and we thought that if this condition will not be met, the co-funding with the government, so that only 7% of population will not be covered by the ASC services, 3 million only. This is not too much, I think. Thus, we regarded it as that they should be financed primarily, and it's already included in the strategy, and the country has undecided that the ASC network should be developed. And I suppose as well 231 million plus 50% co-funding by the Hromadas. It's all able to be performed, and we have to talk with our
so I can see that this new KPD, they are prepared, and there are 3 Hromadas which are in the Arda. There are 2 rooms, and there are no conditions. And you can see that 5-6 million, they are given around a few percent. So they are covering a lot of people. And where are we going to invest more? Where there are a lot more people. And we can see that you lead with Europe. We're working with the small Hromadas, and in our region there are small Hromadas, and they have these ASCs, and they have appreciated this new decentralization reforms, and they have used these opportunities which you lead with Europe gave them. And I think that in this year we have to pay more attention to RDA ASCs. Thank you, Ms. Larissa, and I have paid attention to the number, the 943 law. We have 550 Hromadas which were created, and which has created, or we're planning to create ASCs, and with financial subvention and the other, we have only 30 seconds to finish, and Mr. Terhi, you would be the first, and that would be the kind of summary, and you can also answer the question. Min region is supporting us, and all the rest are following you. And here we have only 30 seconds. Yes, we had this kind of feeling, and I think that even now we have this kind of feeling because everything that is happened wrong. Minister of Regions is guilty for that. And if we are talking about the reforming of ASCs of RDA, I have to say that Min regional is given the processes, is given the monitoring of the processes of decentralization, and one of the factors is a transformation of the ASCs, which is working with the state legal bodies, and if we compare the tendencies, then we can see that there are no regions where We have ASCs with in the DAR, and we can see that ASCs are mostly working with Ramadas now, and also we can see that during the last year we have 83 ASCs which were working with Erdar. They have transformed in the transformed. And as for discussion for the subventions, we can understand that the cities and the bigger Hromadas have bigger financial support and more opportunities to create their own ASCs. And on the other hand, we have the other dilemma, because what number of people we can cover, and also we have the real risks of, as for example, we had the same in Poland when the sport complexes were created, and we saw that there are no people who are using these stadiums, and when we are creating the ASCs in small Hromadas in each of them, then we have this kind of feeling that we will not find the clients for these ASCs. And I think that we will succeed in the end. Thank you very much, Mr. Tarhi, for this positive opinion. I think that we will have not a lot of clients there, but we will have some. And that is what Ms. Larissa has mentioned. We have to be rational. I would be very fast. The Ramadas are watching us. The first thing is that we have to work on the legislation, on the changes on the laws 4382. We have to work on 5056, 5061 on the 4, and also we have. I really appreciate that Ms. Larissa Bilazir is also one of the authors of this law. And the last point is that 4220, that is the state law about the FRR or SFRD. It means that a part that the FRR will depend on the population of Ramada, and this will help us to understand how we have to finance them, and in this way we will be fair when we will be sharing the finances, and it depends on you, Ramadas, when you will apply to the official bodies. Ms. Larissa, a few seconds for you. My colleagues have mentioned everything. Mr. Tobajan knows better what I was writing, and I have more than 100 of them, so I do not remember them. So what concerns the finance, you remember very good. So dear colleagues, I would like to finish with the words with Famia Kvinsky. I think that we are doing everything which is possible. Then we are doing what is needed, and then we understand that we are making the things we were not able to do, and we have made the things which we consider to be impossible, and we have finalized them, and actually we have created the administrative reforms, and we have a lot of challenges in the future. And as the head of the committee, and as the member of the committee, and I'm also the representative of the parliament here today, and I'm ready to cooperate with all of you on this program with AMU, with ULIT, with the regions, and I think that all together we can manage even more. Thank you very much, and I'm passing the floor to our moderator, Vladislav. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for this deep and efficient discussion. I'm very sorry, I do not want to be in on the screen. As Ms. Rabchinska has mentioned today, in the end of this day, we will have the very interesting presentation, because the team of the Ministry of digitalisation will give a very interesting presentation. Now we are having a small break, and we will we will meet at 12:15. Stay online, stay with us. See you soon.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Тебе сейчас ЖМ приходит? 1, 1, 2, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Сейчас. Сейчас мы вот так вот сделаем. Вот так. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. А? Нету ничего.
Дякуємо, друзі, що залишаєтеся з нами. Дякуємо тим, хто приєднався до нашої сьогоднішньої конференції.
So we're now to continue with the next sessions with regards to physical creation of the proper administrative service centers in the Hromadas. I'm giving the floor of Bogdan Kryganovsky. The moderator of the next session is going to be Vasil Sadis. Thank you so much for this floor. We're to open this panel. Bogdan, please, giving you the floor, and then we will ask you the questions. I would like to say that this lecture is going to be devoted to sustainable development and rational planning based on the example of administrative service centers, and it's very important that understanding of the sustainable development can be the base for the project. And so let's start from the terminology. What is sustainable development? This is an umbrella term that's covering lots of factors that presupposes covering different tasks in different spheres of activity, like overcoming the problems in education, problems with inequality. This slide here represents several of those factors. With regards to ASC architecture, this is meeting between the Hromada and the authorities, physical and psychological place where the services are provided based on the social sustainability. The building must follow the design, minimizing ecological and economic impacts with democratic approach. Sustainable projecting approach presupposes the free access through public transport, lighted up pedestrian crosses, free parking slots, parking for bicycles and strollers, absence of road holes and any kind of road problems when accessing, and as well as indicators for the people who have sight problems. That is to say, accessibility of movement inside the space of service centers. Thus, the doors and the hallways should be wide enough. Pandas should be installed the staircase areas. Contrast signs should be adhesed to on the walls and doors to maximize the inclusivity of that space, and informative signs all in all should be there. Service centers have to be equipped with regulated toilet rooms accessible to all, as well as the baby care rooms. Toilets should not be divided by the sex criteria, what we're used to. They should be neutral. We should also foresee the rooms or areas for children playing, but with a democratic space approach and inclusive. Besides the administrative services provided by the center, there are certain possibilities to use the space with extra benefits. It can be used as communicational base or educational base, which is important for the democratic transformation and uniting people. Access to sweet water should be provided there as well. All listed should draw the choice of the premises and the plan of the service center. Usually we are using Usually we are working with buildings that are very unique, historically unique, and materials and style are unique as well. For example, monumental art, decorative art, historical buildings. We have to involve the architects, art experts, history experts in order to preserve those art objects, which of course needs more money involvement. If we don't have options of buildings, we have to preserve everything as much as possible. The URS should include the point building conservation or specific element conservation. The slide also has examples of such approaches. Energy efficiency. This will enable to make the building more ecological, more ecologically sustainable and comfortable to use, which includes the following project decision: heat isolation for the walls and the ceiling, basement and tubes, energy efficient windows and door, balance heating system, controlled flow of fresh air, energy efficient lighting. The heat isolation enables to decrease the loss of energy through the uninsulated basements, windows and roof. Energy efficient doors and windows are here. You can see the difference between the energy loss between the single glass and double glass windows. Balance system for heating and conditioning will enable to create the favorable climate inside the building, as well as comfortable atmosphere for both the workers and the people whom we serve. That includes HVAC system and all the actions listed. Energy efficient lighting and zoning is important as well. Here you can see on the slide how we can save money, which can be invested for more up-to-date issues and use them where we truly need them. The next, we have online calculator at the ULEAD site where you can go step by step and calculate the energy efficiency of a certain building, existing building or one in the project. It's very easy to do. And there are two guidelines which are available on the ULEAD website, available for downloading, which will help to understand better the questions of the energy efficiency and on how to create a physical ASC. Thank you so much for attention. Thank you for this very detailed presentation and explanation of all of the experts. We're having few questions left. First question I have to you: are there any architectural specificities to build ASC for different regions of Ukraine, or all the offers are universal? I think that whole territory of Ukraine is having single legislative norms for constructing the building, and all depends on the precipitation quantity, average temperature, quantity of sunny days, and type of land. This is what's already regulated by the state, and we can think when we are building a new ASC, we can consider some local construction technology or cheaper material. It can be more accessible in specific region, and it can be more efficient. That's one of the aspects. Thank you so much. The next question is the following: you were talking a lot about the inclusivity elements in the service center. How expensive it is when we're reconstructing or building the ASC, and which stage it's better to think of? First you build and then you plan, or just you plan it from the very start? Of course, it's important to plan from the very beginning. It will be much cheaper than to add it later. And 240 guideline says that it's obligatory to have in the public buildings. Public buildings should be easily accessible and inclusive. If there is if there is no pandas, it should be there. Economy-wise, this is not too much if you compare the overall project cost. So thank you so much for. I'm giving now the floor to Olga Kalnichenko, the chief expert of ULIT with Europe, with a question. She is responsible for administrative questions.
Ms. Olga, we're passing you the floor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants of our program, of our conference. Thank you very much for the floor. My presentation would be about the physical creation of ASC. When we're talking about ASC, we are paying attention, we're drawing attention of Ramadas to the document, to the integration of the services, to the educating of the staff. But we understand that one of the key issues is also the building, where people would be working and which would be visited by people. That is why it is very important, and it is really important issue. As a result of a 4-year cooperation, 484 Ramada will create almost or modernize ASC. We had the new construction in 18 Ramadas, reconstruction in 2026 Ramadas, the common repair works in 157 Ramadas, and without any repair works 80 Ramadas, and that is 375 Ramadas, which is 77%. They have prepared their own buildings with for ASCs. How to choose the building? On these pictures, you can see different types of buildings, and when we are choosing the building for the ASC, when we are choosing the building for the ASC, we are discussing it with Ramada, and we are visiting 3, 5, 6, and more buildings to choose the building which would be the most proper one, and so that we would be able to find the building where we would not need to spend more money for reconstruction. We are checking the libraries, we are checking the buildings of the banks, and even the buildings which are abandoned. And when we are choosing the building, we have to pay attention to the ceiling, to the heating, to the entry. And if there is no pandas, we have to count how many stairs are there, and we have to understand what kind of pandas would we need. And that is why mostly when we see that the money for the reconstruction is not enough, but we need the good building, then we choose the regional administrations and the administrative buildings of Ramadas. These buildings are located in the centers of Ramadas. There are the public transport stops, and according to our experience, we have 7 features of the proper administrative building. And today we're talking about ASCs. Which 7 features are that? First of all is the conditions of transport conditions, the place for the transport parking. The second one is that is accessibility, so that there should be no obstacles to get inside the building. And it is also important for us that it shouldn't be the cabinet system, it should be the open space building, and we have to provide the conditions for the disabled people, for the parents with children. These buildings should have bright interior, good lighting inside and outside. And how long do we need to work with the building? In general, we need from 6 to 9 months. But when we're for the already existing building, but for the new building, we need plus 2-3 months for the works and the register of the land. Here you can see the steps which should be done by Romadas to open the ASC. I would stop on one of these points. Romadas are asking us a lot about it, and we are drawing the attention of Romadas that in the technical requirements, you have to write all the requirements for the number of people should be working there, even the number of visitors in the future. So when we are working on the building of the ASC, we have a number of risks. One of them can be inappropriate spends, and one of them should be the procurements of the furnitures and computers. In this way, we can get a higher level of the money spent, and we have to make the procurements from the producers. And when we're talking about the zones in the ASCs, we are asking to ask for the experts who are helping us to create these zones. We have the front office and we have the back office, and now we are drawing more attention to the zone of self-services, and sometimes we need the waiting rooms, and also the waiting room and the zone of providing services, they are combined. And here you can see the good example of Modrzybiska Gromada ASC. And here, if you do not have enough visitors, the workers can proceed the documents. On this slide, you can see the new modern ASCs which were opened this year, and it is very spacious. And if one service provision zone is not enough, we can have two of them. And actually, we have the children corner, we have the working place for the self-service of the visitor, the room for the staff, because it also influences on the further work of the worker who is communicating with Romadas during 8 hours, and they have no lunch. And the program is helping Romadas in construction, in interior works, to buy the furniture and techniques, the e-system of queue control. They were also creating design projects, and all those Romadas which were listening to us, listening to our advices, they were getting really good modern ASCs. And on this example, you can see the example of the zonation of ASCs, and the head of this ASC will tell us more about it. But I want to draw your attention that here you can see all the elements. Here we have the waiting zone. On the second floor, we have the staff rooms, and that is everything we need for the effective work of the ASC. And beside this, the program has developed according to the starting phase. The guide for the guide called Experience of the Physical Creation of the ASC, and we have 4 more projects of construction of ASCs. That are the realized projects in Mykolaiv, in Novi Sanjari, and all these projects are on our website. And we invite Ramadas, to draw attention of the constructors to these guides, and we are sure that every Ramada will create a really good ASCs. We wish you success and satisfied clients.
Thank you so much, Olga, for this interesting presentation. Now we are left with few questions to ask. The first of it, as we saw on the slides, there are only altogether only 5% of the Ramadas were built in ASC from the scratch. Why this percentage is low? It's good or bad? When Ramada is making the decision to build or fix the existing building, this all depends on the existence of the buildings in one or another Ramada. And we're always recommending, please have a look at all of the local buildings, please give the proper assessment, and only when you have no building and if you think it will be more expensive to fix the old one instead of building the new one, only in this case, and only if you have a piece of land, Ramadas are recommended to build the building, AC building from the scratch. The next question is that how ambitious the building should be and zoning. I mean, do we have to plan that in future more personnel would be engaged for providing the administrative service? Maybe the format would be enhanced. If there are certain forecasts, what should be paid attention on from the project and stage? When Ramada is making decisions about the space to devote to service centers, our experts are helping to develop the functioning model, all based on the services, and the list of services will grow. Also, we have to take into account the amount of people, how much employees we need to sit there. And we always have to have those ambition plans and understand that Ramada doesn't provide certain services, and in the future they will, like passport services, for instance, which needs allocation of additional spaces. Not all people expected that the social services would be given to Ramadas, so Ramadas will have those front offices, and that's a challenge to create the new working spaces. Thus, if there is possibility, we have to foresee creation and enlarging the front office to provide full range of services for the citizens. Thank you, Olga, so much for the presentation and the answers. Right now, we're going to talk about the practitioners who have realized the propositions inside their Ramadas. Now, giving the floor to Madam Natalia from Rybinki village. She's already sitting in the room of a beautiful white service center. Madam Natalia, giving you the floor. Hello, everyone, dear conference participants. Thank you so much for invitation. As you said, the service center is the premises, a place where people meet together to receive the admin services. In 2015, when we thought of creating a amalgamated Ramada, at that period of time, I was working as the village head. I was worried already at that time where to find that room, that premises to provide those good quality services. We had pension fund working, we had the Department of Social Services, and so my dream was to create a space where a person would be able to receive not one, but several, at least more than 3 services in one under one roof, and we managed to do that. The village council had very old building, police building, which was had very nice locations in the center, and Kiev-Odessa road just in front of it, with the public stalls and the city council just nearby. At that moment of time, we engaged the money of the village council, and we developed a plan which presupposed that we needed budget of 13 million and budget was 15. Of course, we could not find those money in the budget of the village. The project documentation was transferred to Kiev Oblast administration to include it into the program of social and economic development, and we were so lucky. 2019, we were allocated 9,300,000, and the object, it was transition. We had transition for 2020 and 2021, 2,600,000. We additionally received from the Kiev administration to do the internal repairs. Of course, it was co-foundation with Rybinka village council, but we had to fund 10%, and we did it. Of course, some may say that there were lots of money spent, but no. At that stage, we're already thinking not only about ASC as subdivision of something, but as a working tool that is enabling provide fast and diverse services in emergency way, not to transfer them into the back office, but to give them in the front office. So our Armada has passed the contest in the You Lead with Europe program. Thank you so much, the organizers. We were accompanied in the development stage, in the provision with different equipment, including furniture, electronic queue, and so on. And as of today, I'm now participating in the panel of the physical service center creation. I would like to stop at the premises presentation. We can see that our service center is the 2-level building facing the square and central highway. We have all the inclusive conditions met. We have elite trees planted in front. Maybe they are not looking so nice because we are in the early spring, but still they are there. There is electronic screen present where all Rybinki is welcome to enter our service center. So it's very nice to see. We can see the reception. This is the place where administrator is welcoming people and providing consultative service. The entrance is there. Madam Natalia, we can see you well, but we don't see your presentation. Unfortunately, so there is a technical issue for sharing presentation.
Не бачите?
In the middle, there is share screen button. So there is a technical issue for sharing the screen, and it's so pity you cannot see that presentation. We have 16 working spaces in the waiting room. We have electronic queue with 2 screens and computer, and it's nice to have a nice voice welcoming people, your queue number and such, please go to the window such and such. The waiting room has plants creating a favorable atmosphere, relaxing atmosphere, and you can relieve the emotional stress. There is an iBox installed to pay for the services free of charge. Wi-Fi outside the box for the offers or observations with smiles, and people do use. So we have more positive feedbacks, informational stands with samples of applications. All in all, the service center has created 17 working spaces. And 10 people are working in the area of service and people pension fund #1. After that, the inspector of social provision, then inspector on subsidies, then 4 administrators as expert on the civil state administration registration. I'm happy that starting with 15 April, we are going to have the administrator and registering the rights for real estate. So the person, for example, someone registered the kid's birth, then registered at the certain address, and after that you can receive the services for the money for this childbirth in the same center. Pension can be received in the same area. So now we can already see the presentation.
Бачите презентацію?
You can see the presentation, yes. And can you see the reception zone? So we're going to I have shown you the waiting room and I have explained it to you. And then we're moving there is a room on the left, that are the workers, and on the right you can see that there is the place for the children, and the children can be drawing something or playing with the cars. And then we can see 2 rooms. The first room is the Department of the Social Insurance, and the people are receiving the social support from the state. And the second room is the registration and registration termination place, and where the photos are taken. And we will have the passport zone. Sorry, technical issues, no connection. Miss Natalia, we cannot hear you. Maybe there are some technical issues. So unfortunately, the connection has failed with Ms. Natalia. We really appreciate her presentation and the work they have done in their Hromada. This is a really good example, and the presentation, I think, would be available in the future. And you can use this experience in the future. And now I'm passing the floor to Vladislav. Thank you very much, Vasya. Thank you very much, colleagues. And we hope that you really enjoyed that too. And I'm inviting Mr. Roman Kolomidze, the head of Trostянецka Hromada. He will share his experience on how the Hromada can cooperate with the projects. Dear colleagues, we need to wait just a few more minutes. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. Give me a few minutes. I will share my presentation. Please press the green button. Can you see the screen? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roman Kolomiets. I'm from the project department from Trostanetska city Gramada. Our Yuri Bova, who is the head of our Gramada, had to present to do this presentation, and very briefly about the key issues about project development. The Department of Project Development and the International Cooperation was created in 2018, and there are 3 people working in this team who are creating the application, and they are monitoring the grants and competitions in different spheres of Gramada's life. And you can see that it's programming, cultural, economical, social, educational, and in general, the work on the project lasts from 2 weeks till 2 months. It's depending on the scale of the project, and it includes a few stages. The first one is programming, where Gramada is deciding on the problems which should be worked on, and also or maybe the plan of the social development. Then we have then we create the conception. Then the departments and the heads join, and then we create the conception. And of course, we are accounting all the requirements of the donors, which are usually regarding the program, and then we have formulation. We are making the application. We are fulfilling the budget, all the papers, and we are writing all the insurance letters needed. And also we can help Gramadas to write this project, and we are making the memorandum of cooperation, and also we are which is signed and sealed, and in some time it is passed to the fund or to the donor, and then there is a stage of implementation. And if our project wins, then with the ministry or with the grant giver, we have the monthly achievement monitoring, and also we are making the reports, and in the end we are creating the final report, and where we are showing the achievements. We're showing the achievements and our final work. During almost 3 years of our department, we have created 179 project applications. If all of them won, it would have been 638.3 million hryvnias, but only 46 projects have won, and in total it was 45 million hryvnias. And here you can see the winning projects. Most of them were in 2018, but in 2019 we had only 9 projects, but they were very, very costly. In 2020 we had only 13, and we had the state financing 14.1 million hryvnias. And this year we have started the Gramada voluntary programs, and we do it with ULEAD with Europe, and we get 3.4 million for financing. Here we can see top 17 donors, and Trestanets was receiving the support, the funds from these donors, and you can see the leader is the Ministry of Development of Hamas. And the second place is a program ULEAD with Europe plus Gs, and the third and the fourth one are the projects which those donors which were given the financing for 2 projects, and the last 4 is the last ones are the ones which were financing on the one program. And also you can see that there is association of OTG, ISAR Association, Ministry of Culture, Ukraine, European Commission, USAID, and they were approved, and we are making the project application at the moment. And if we look at top 10 projects of technical support, and you can see that the biggest support was received from the Ministry of Regions in 2019. That was reconstruction of the stadium in Trestanets, and also that is the restoration of the complex architecture memorial of national meaning Sadyba Kniga, and which received 8,637,000 support. And we have made the modern hub for the support of the development of small business. That was with the support of the city council, but we had also we were creating zones, we were making the furniture, and all of that was done with ULEAD with Europe. And also during the last time we had a good financing for the medical programs, and as you can see, during the previous year we have bought 700. We have spent 770,000 hryvnias for the specialized medical vehicle, and also we got support from the support from the ministry. A lot of people are joining. Are spending time outdoors, and we have the project for the camping development on the bank of Vorskla River, and this project was supported the previous year, and this year we continue to construct this place. And the last thing is the volunteer programs in Gramada, so the medical support and palliative support, and there are 10 people who would be providing hospital support in the new department, and they would also help in some specific parts. And if you have any questions, please ask them. Thank you very much, Mr. Roman. Dear friends, now we have to talk about the new realities, because as Gloria Gaynor is saying, I will survive. In any case, we have to work, we have to continue to work despite everything. And now we're going to talk about educational experiments exchange, and Miss Yulia Polyakova from Sweden. Thank you very much, dear participants of the conference. I'm very glad to see you. Today we have heard this number, but I'm really glad to repeat this. We are creating and modernizing 484 proper ASCs. I want to remind you what is the proper ASC. That is the ASC where you can get the basic services and also the extra services. That is obstacle-free space. That is the place where the highly qualified staff is working with the clients. That is why for us it was very important to provide a good educational programs for the members of Ramadas and for the workers of ASCs. The educational guide has given us a few systems of trainings depending on the ASC who were modernizing it or creating. We were making the ASC trainings on the neutral platform, for example, the former ASC buildings or any other buildings. And we are cooperating with highly qualified trainers from all over Ukraine. And all our main partners are the International Association of ASCs and highly qualified ASC trainer from Lutsk, Sumy, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Vinnytsia, Rivne, Kiev, and also Starobogorodiansk, Vasilivsky, OTG, and the leading experts in the sphere of the regional development and the local, and that are 117 trainers. And during these years, we more than 10,000 participants got their education, and the topics of the trainings were the service-oriented state and the conception of ASC, the business ethics and client-oriented and gender aspects, and the others. We had 2,445 training days, and during these 2.5 years, we had 7-year experience. Every time in each Ramada, the training is a very interesting discussion and very bright emotion that are creative energy, and that is the development of all the participants of Ramada, because every Ramada is the unique and special mechanism which has their own individual vision on development of ASC, but not always the participants had the opportunity to communicate with the trainers in personal, because we have the conditions have changed because of the pandemic, and it was very difficult. But it was not the only challenge which we had. The change of the territorial changes have also created new challenges. And after 2021, we had the personnel changes, and we had to start our work from the very beginning. And despite the fact that from the first lockdown, all the trainings which were planned for March and April 2020, we had to cancel them, and that is more than 100 events. We have decided to give the priority to the offline trainings, and we continue to work, and we have undertaken a lot of efforts to minimize the risk. We were giving them the place to live, and we were inviting the trainers who are living close to these places. The trainers were using their private vehicles, and also we were providing them masks and antiseptics for the period of antiseptics during the trainings, and we were also providing that to the members of participants of the conferences. And of course, we were visiting those places where the no risk which were not in the red zones. And of course, the work in these kind of conditions have also changed, because we had to adjust to the distance between the people, which was 1.5 meters. And as the situation was changing very fast, the zones were changing very fast from red to orange and from orange to yellow and backwards. We have decided to start to work online, That is why we have decided to change the methodology of our trainings. We have divided each training for each block, which would be 2 or 4 hours, and we understand that it's much harder to keep the attention of the people online, much harder. And we have started to use the tests and surveys which we are using to get the feedback. We have improved. The presentation, we have added the video materials for Model 5, where we have added the guides for the practical task, and we have engaged 2 trainers at the same time, and all the time they were the representatives of our team during the training. Also, we were inviting for one training the members from different Ramadas to exchange the experience. That is how our trainings looked like.
These are the interactive tools, Yambert Mentimeter, questionnaires in Zoom, leaflets, guidelines. Our teams saw that differently, and it was slightly harder. That was truly a challenge for the short period of time. The trainers and us had to adapt all the materials, develop the questionnaires and tasks, change the internal procedures for training organization, prepare and print the guidebooks to send it on time to Hromadas, coordinate with trainers and Hromadas the dates and topics, and make it the way that all the puzzles with dots will match. Despite all the complications, we got great results. 53 Hromadas, 609 participants passed the online trainings. There were some issues that Hromadas had trainings undergone, and after the elections, the new workers come to work and they could pass those trainings online. With the changes in the administrative organization of the country, we already had more participants from the village councils together with us. Analyzing the feedback from the participants, we found out that we have to deep dive into the 5 module, which refers to specificity for specific services provisions. At that moment of time, we had very restricted resources. On a half a year and 132 Hromads, we decided to hold webinars for Hromadas with 7 topics highlighted. There were trainers from Ivano-Frankivsk, Sumy, Lutsk, Vinnytsia, and Vasilivsky ASC were engaged in the development of those webinars. They were hosting almost 1,500 representatives of our Hromadas. The feedback was so great, lots of positive feedbacks, and of course, we were concentrating on very practical issues of service centers work. That's why we had so many positive feedbacks. Now, to conclude these feedbacks and trainings, I must underline that training is a never-ending process. Laws are changing, new people are coming, new experience sharing is needed. So constant education and training is an integral part that is needed for going on and keeping on working at most, and I wish everyone find always possible in order to invest in self-development and that can trigger the better services for our people. Thank you so much, Madam Yulia. Giving floor to Alexandra Baklanova, the coordinator for the expert support and share experience with UA Lead program. Hello, dear colleagues and dear Hromadas and participants. I'm welcoming you at our yearly conference Services for All. I'm the coordinator with UA program, and I would like to share very interesting things about experience sharing. Please, can you share my presentation? And in the meanwhile, I would like to say that we talked with the ASC workers, and 80% of them, so ASC workers say that 80% of their work, that is working with citizens' appeals. Besides, they think it's a good day if they could manage to resolve the visitors' issue. So we all know that service center have to be created in all the territorial hromadas by the end of 22. And about 500 hromadas will need to create the ASC from the scratch. Thus, there are a lot of hromadas that seek help to create those buildings as well, that the employees will require trainings. Your elite is supported with this experience, is supporting in these trainings, and the support also presupposes the experience sharing and as well as educational trips. That is to say, they will undergo the training in the already working ASC, and anyone who is working in the front office could apply to undergo this training. It can be any level of employer who is providing services to the citizens directly, the first line. 71 application was received. The 100% who were selected didn't receive any kind of support, and 43% never participated in informational events of the program. Those students were from different regions, balanced by sex, and as you see, they were from different regions. From 30 students selected, as we know, they never been partner of the program, and they are workers of the legally created ASC. They're interested in the gender equality and sustainable development. They had high motivation, and they were not from regional center, and they were not part of the regional council. So they were traveling to 12 receiving SAC. Those were partners of the program. They had all the infrastructure like pandas, kids room, proper toilet. They had software at place like public social hromada, universal services, have remote working spaces or territorial subdivision, which means they have very good accessibility. Some of them have electronic use or other interesting IT solutions. Each student had personal requirements and problems to resolve when Commission was paying attention to that, and they have created the training plan that was coordinated for every person and for every ASC. This plan was the plan had 5 days course, and all the stages were listed. Students were working with rules, regulations, information cards, the internal regulation rules. Then they were working with the local government authorities, documents, working with the structure, the position instructions, talking about the organization of service, administrative service provision, and so on. On the second day, they were working on the electronic view, automatization, system of electronic document flow, data management, execution control, reporting, and analytics. Collection and analysis of gender statistics, which is a very important part of the second day, as far as the ASC people are working with different peculiarities, and different people means the clients are people of different gender, social level, possibilities, and so on. There were also rules, anti-corruption rules discussed, and other organizational aspects of the ASC. Day number 3 and 4 are very important because This is the service provision. The students, together with the mentors in the receiving ASC, were working on different service groups, starting from the social, pension services, different registers. Some other ASC had additional services like utility companies. On the 5th day, that was the sum up day, the result discussion day, and another important aspect for ASC work. This is people's information and engagement. So the conclusions were drawn, work was analyzed, each student had a diary to complete, and report was compiled. After that, I will show you the results we have received from mentors and students as well. 93% of students have underlined the very high probability that they're going to use gained knowledge in their own ASC. 43% that they say that to have the motivation, they have now practical tools to resolve the future problems, meaning they will be very independent future. 70 were very satisfied. 93 said that it was as per their needs. 83% have very positive, felt positive experience coordinating with their mentors, and most of them found the answers to all of those questions. Materials we have satisfied 96% of the people's needs. Here you must see that the students are sitting around mentor, but no, this is a share experience sharing, and this is the student sitting in actually in the middle talking about his ASC. After training, the students felt motivation, strength, interest, and confidence. We were also asking them about the most precious topics, what was the most important. ASC, this is services, documents, electronic document management. This is convenient, this is social, this is Ramada, that is state, information, data. So that was the most important. When we asked them about the future of admin services and their service center, this is unified register, no queues, service provision, electronic services, automatization. Also, we asked mentor about their experience. They 98% recommend other ASCs to try to be mentor. 80% are planning to use the training agenda to train their own employees in the future. They're also interested in this. And they feel satisfaction from this process. So we talked previously about working in pandemic, and I call this as a map of stress. Every week we started tracking the current time situation in each Ramada. We were monitoring the health of all the each mentor and each student. It's been numerous times we have postponed training because of the health issues. We were taking all the precautions in these quarantine times. So there was a document published how to organize the training. It's like a practical experience and practical advices, and this document is a good tool for those who want to undergo the training, those who want to organize. There is written who can participate, how to choose the right ASC for the training. There are examples of the plan document which has to be filled in. You can also use the diary there. There are also references on the legislative documents and the basis for accounting the credits, gaining credits for participating in the training. Please follow the website link, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much, Alexander. Thank you for such positive report despite of the current situation our country is in. Now we're coming to the next section, which is methodological ASC support you lead with Europe. I'm giving the floor with Chunaiva, who is the coordinator of working with UA lead, and our expert, leading expert, Petro Makarenko. Please giving you the floor.
We have made a really good job, and we have done a lot. Our experts and our workers have helped to develop and to work on this project, and we would like to show our presentation, which would show the work we've done. So our methodological package of support consists first of all from the materials which would help to create the ASC from zero. That is a guideline, the guide for how to create the ASC. The sectoral issues are shown in the other courses. How to create ASC, how to make an effective ASC, how to have gender, how to include gender aspects, how to include yes. All these elements would help Ramadas to feel how to feel the state and the institution, and to create a bond between the state official body ASC and will help us to understand the needs of our citizens. And now we are going to tell about our achievements in more details. Good afternoon, everyone. Luda, I would like to underline that there are multi-aspect methodologic is because ASC is not just one of the departments which appears in Ramadas at some time. That is an institution which has which influences the communication of the state and Ramada, and that is why our program is oriented on the agents of changes, and that is why we have infrastructural changes, and of course there are the mental changes. Yes, of course, and our materials and our guides, our online course and webinars, practical tasks, workshops, the consultations, all of this is a complex which is oriented to the changes. We would talk briefly about what was done during this period and our most modern products which we would like to emphasize. The first one is a guide, the cooperation of the territorial Ramadas, and I would like to mention here that this sphere is still very important because as Ramadas are enlarging and many as in the law on the Ramadas, we have the condition that this form of cooperation are the common projects and that is the support of the bigger Ramadas to smaller Ramadas. And the other aspect, other issues, different ways of cooperation, which can be done by ASCs, and to each of the parts of cooperation, and all of this is in the guide. And then it's the guide on how to create the ASC free from corruption. That is, this guide has gathered experience of Ukraine and abroad, and about different issues, starting from taking the decision, creating of ASC, and also functioning of ASC, and how to prevent these risks, corruption risk. And it is very important to use these elements of non-corruption, so that on the high level we would get the state without the corruption. That is why for the ASC it is the basis, it is the dimension where we have to work in the way that we won't have any corruption risks. In the appendix, there are the tables, the tools where you can look at the separate ASCs, and you can define the you can define the weak points, and you can understand how to fight these corruption risks. And we do believe that all the members of the ASC are very fair, but these but from the very beginning, the ASC should be non-corruption, and even we have to prevent this corruption risk at all. And the next very revolutionary guide is the role of ASC or center idea in the implementation of e-services. It was introduced not long ago in 2021, and we were cooperating with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. The basis of this guide is the methodological materials from Sweden ASCs on how the workers of the ASC should suggest the citizens to use e-services, and the number of the services which can be received online is improving, and it is very important to how the workers can lead the people, can show the people how to use these e-services, and there are the guides which can help you to understand how to use these e-services. And also we have not only developed these guides, and we are also we are spreading the information in these from these guides. We are making the workshops and webinars, and thank you very much for your feedbacks. Thank you that you are sharing if the materials were how important these materials were for you and what was useful. This year we have updated the guide, the experience of physical creation of the ASC, and also the inclusive elements are very important, and they can help the members of your Gramada to receive these administrative services and to involve more people who can use these services. And I would like to add also that the guide, the experience of physical creation of ASC, and that are more than 500 new experiences, very practical, a very visually attractive guide, and we invite you to look through it. And this version is also available on our website. And also we are very proud, it is one of our fundamental works, the guide on how to create the proper ASC. The work on this guide lasted for almost all the period of existence of our project. It was changing according to the current legislation. We were adding examples, and we are very glad to introduce you the updated version of this guide. And also we have to emphasize that since 2017, when the first guide has appeared, which has appeared, and it was actualizing according to the legislation. And actually nowadays guidance which we are presenting this year 2021, it includes the key elements which concern the proper ASC, and that is the model of ASC, that is the organization and legal form, and that is the staff, the feedback, the quality monitoring, the informational cards, and all the basic things are in this guide. And actually, we were working very hard on actualizing the amendments of the legislation on the administrative services. But also, I would like to emphasize that our previous version of this guide as of 2017, it is also available, and also it has the practical parts as for mobile ASCs and EQ and the rest, which you also have in your practice, and you are trying to resolve these issues. I would like to add also one more thing, that in 2017 guide, we have some model documents, and we are actualizing them, and actually we have done that, but they are not going to be in the appendix of the new document, and they would be also on our website together with the roadmap, and you would be able to use them. On the basis of our guides, which were created on different issues as a consolidated material, we had 3 online courses for those who are creating ASC and how to create ASC for the members of ASC, and also the group of administrative services. These 3 courses, during the very short period of time, during 2 months, have gathered more than 1,100 members, and we have managed to issue 709 certificates. And thank you very much that you are getting this course, and thank you for your feedback, how important and the important issues of these courses. And these courses would not only help you to improve your qualification, but with the help of this certificate, you can also get the professional education, because the courses were developed together with the Ministry of Digitalisation, and they have supported us, and we have developed these courses together with these ministries also. And I would like to underline that for our team, for the expert team, which has worked on the online courses, that was a kind of challenge for us, because it was prepared in the time of the constant amendments in the legislation, and we were utilizing it a few times, but we think we have managed it very good, because we can see that we have issued pretty many certificates, and also we can see that we were working not only on the basic things, we were showing the methodological basis on how to create the proper ASC, but also we were trying to react on the needs and the problems which Gramadas had, and that is why in online courses we have some practical aspects. And actually on our website you can see the top recommendations, and you can also find this information there. And we have asked the question of what kind of course was the most important for the professional growth for you. Those participants who were answering us, they were saying that how to provide the administrative services, the practical recommendations on how to provide these administrative services were the most important. Then the skills of ASC, yes, and we can see that the most the course on how to provide services, and that proves one of the methodological basis when we were talking during many years, that the most important thing in the ASC are services and the practices of the newly created ASCs and already existing ASCs. We are working on improving the services and to provide them on the proper level. And we have to underline that in the sectoral spheres which concern the administrative sphere, there is so all the central execution bodies have to pay lots of attention to resolve the key issues, as well as improve the methodological work that's going to help ASCs Romadas to integrate these services the right way. Sorry for the technical issue. So the most interesting topics we had in the online course were the electronic services, and this division has become so popular. But it was coming number 13, but the trainees emphasized it was so important. Contemporary ASC was also very important, as well as the electronic service. It was complicated but so interesting, and later very practical. We saw the integration of ASC services, state policy in the sphere of administrative services provision, team building, and so on. We were also asking trainees what helped you in the professional development, which materials were practical, and what has become not only for you personally, but for your ASC as well, so that the people with 7 years experience could find something interesting and practical from our courses, which makes us very happy. We're welcoming everyone to undergo these trainings. The ASC has seen very interesting the topic of integration, new service integrations. That this week we'll be able to cover more clients. Electronic services is one of the most important. We also have received lots of feedback from the Hromadas. They're still deciding to create ASC. They were engaged as well. So thank you so much for sharing the achievements, which has enabled us to present them here in front of you. Our materials are published on the web page devoted to our project. So you have online courses in the library part. Please get yourself acquainted, share it, and thank you very much for being with us and using our trainings and our guidelines. And now, if we came here and to show you how these guidelines look. This is how to create the right updated ASC and updated guideline of how to create the physical ASC. Things we would like to emphasize that the program is following the principle, ecology principle. That is why we're calling you to use the web version better. This is the single paper version of it, the hard copy. Please use the soft copy. Please enjoy reading, and thank you for attention. Thank you, Peter. And now we're coming to the next part, where our Hromadas are going to share on how they use the experience they received from our methodological materials, and they're going to display how it happened. We are giving the floor Madam Anna Olechenko, Soloshakova ASC head. She started
using our guidelines before she was involved in our program. She was using only the printed material. Based on that, they started creating their ASC, which was very appropriate. Giving now the floor to Madam Anna. Please, all the participants of this panel will get connected to us online through Zoom. Some of them who wanted to share their experience could not join due to the pandemic, but I'm so thankful to those from us who are ready to share their experience. So giving the floor to Madam Anna. Hello, all the conference participants. I wanted to share our experience of creating ASC from scratch. 17 March 2017, there was a decision made by the city village to create ASC, and as a result of the contest, I became the head of it, and I didn't have any experience before, and no one actually knew how to create it from scratch, but we knew that we had to create it. With the help of the NESC Center for the Local Self-Governance Support, we got to know about ULEAD program and took their guidelines as the basis for our work. The first guide that helped us, this is a collection of methodological recommendations program 2070. Among the other models, we have chosen the ASC that is covering several towns. And we have also created a remote administrator, thus providing the administrative access to the services. It was the structural subdivision, and while working with the program as a second round of election, we have changed into working organ. So in order to provide, we have made all things possible in order to provide the services of good quality and very fast. So we were guided by the book. We have the ambulance, old ambulance building was chosen to be administrative center. With the help of your lead explanation, we have created the free space and barrierless access. After the building reconstruction, we have used the recommendation requirements to the ASC center. And these services, we were also follow the program recommended services list. We have included the passport services, registration of real estate, and business registration as well. During administrators training, we wanted to make them universal in order to provide services of all kinds. That should be free. The building should be free of access. The services should be gender oriented. We have developed it as well as the ASC logo that is following all the major points that we have to follow in our work, starting with 2017, that we have seen the official opening of our center. Right now, the center is providing 12 services. The building is engaging the social service, the pension fund experts are working every Thursday, and we have provided the previous year 172% more than the year before that. We have been providing the services not only for the Donetsk region citizens, but also of the other regions of Ukraine, and our work was especially appreciated by the Donetsk region administration. The Hromadas from Slovak, Konstantinsky, Pokrovska, and Nikas regions are always addressing to us for advice. And we're always advising them to use the library, the guideline on how to create the good practices of creating the ASC, work of administrators, informational cards examples. So it's very important to share experience when creating the good ASC and I hope that the experience of our Hromada will be at a great use to Hromadas and other region. Wishing good health to you all. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Anna. And I would like to emphasize that even before getting acquainted with the program, the Hromada started using our guide. And thanks to that, they started creating a service center. Thank you that you're sharing your experience, and even bigger thanks that you share these materials. The Hromadas will also use our materials. Looking at you, we're not having too much time left. And all of our participants now are going to have only 5 minutes. So now giving the floor to Madam Pavlina Hannisyan, Mr. The City Romney Service Center. Can you hear me well? Yes, we do. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm so happy to be present in this conference and share my experience from the cooperation. One moment, I would like to share my screen. First, I would like to emphasize that we're cooperating with ULEAD Europe 2018, and we're hoping for the further great cooperation starting with 2018. We have received not only methodological but also physical support from the program, like furniture, maintenance, equipment, electronic use, which is so important for our center. Besides, we have received the VULIC electronic document management, as well as the training for our employees. When we started working, we lacked knowledge, of course, to create the ASC of the kind would be considered to be comfortable, accessible, and favorable for receiving services in a quality manner. With the start of pandemic, wait a minute, I want to share the first phase. So first phase implementation, we had already received equipment, and we have already launched the remote seats. Starting with the current time, the lockdown, we felt certain drawbacks and positive sides from the lockdown. On the one hand, we had less people to serve, and then we had to think where to direct our suddenly free time. Then we started participating in training to enhance our skills and knowledge. So that's what we were doing. We were undergoing the online platform courses. We have studied 5 guidebooks, and during this current time, during the 2020, we have received more than 100 certificates, in fact, for 2 months. So it was very fruitful cooperation, I must say. The online courses on how to create a contemporary ASC, how to provide administrative services and guidelines. These were the most practical, I think. Also, gender guideline, the state policies, how to create ASC free of corruption, electronic services. That was all of great importance for us and a lot practical experience, as well as especially how to free the ASC from corruption, how to provide better electronic services. I would like to recommend
to I would like to recommend organizing the workshops on how to create ASC free of corruption, which would be a great practice for everyone engaged in this work. We have seen the mechanism on all levels of center functioning, assess the risks in the centers, and identified the preventive measures. After 1 year of joint work, many things were changed, I must confirm. And after this guideline was worked, we have changed our action plan on corruption prevention. The code of conduct for the employees was amended as well. There was also a working group created on how to prevent corruption. The gift policy was developed. As of now, we are cooperating for the so we are now coordinating our work with experts on how to prevent further the corruption in our centers. We have also provided the hotline and anonymous box where people can report about one or another case of corruption. The this guide, this is a precious book that should be implemented on all levels in order to provide the best services of a kind for the clients. Besides that, we have already tried the role of ASC and electronic services book because this is the major issue right now for us. The more we can help our clients. The more online services we can provide, the faster we can provide them. We can have less people visiting. Administrators can cover more clients, and that's the way how people can get the services online. So we got some practical tools. We have made ourselves acquainted with available electronic services, recommendations on the employees of ASC. Everyone has worked on his or her own guidebook. We're all having those books at our working space. And firstly, the client is offered to get themselves acquainted with the web service, which services which they can have access to online, and only after that provide the offline services. Thus, we have highlighted in the local mass media that electronic services are available. The main administrative function is to engage them into online. And the village areas where we have 10 working spaces planned, we're already implementing this work. And there we would like to install 10 computerized places for the people to come and get training on how to use the electronic services. And after that, they will be able to get them on their own without administrator involvement, of course. So the educative hubs, this is one of our objectives in the remote places. Afterwards, the remote working spaces, that can be another remote educational hub where citizens might have access to and get themselves acquainted with what are the available programs and how to use the services online. Also, it's also important to enhance the administrator's qualification on how to provide the electronic services. As a conclusion, I would like to say their guides and the online courses, the workshops, they are the key tools how to use effectively and efficiently the services of all kinds, like offline and online meaning. And I think altogether it's going to be another important niche for administrator to find the answer to her question in that. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we couldn't see your presentation, but we will. Oh, why? I had seen everything. Why you didn't tell me? Yes, we were interrupting you, but you were actually very busy with your speech. The very important slides are about the slides uh, where it is shown what has been implemented, and that is one of the leading states. And even here, you can use some aspects which can be used to improve the work. If you don't mind, we will share. Oh, unfortunately, I didn't hear that. Yes, it is very important because these elements are really important so that everyone could see how to implement the implementation of these results. And we are introducing Vasil Sarais from Luz. Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I'm very glad to be with you. I would like to say for the team of Łódź ASC, it was a very big honor for us to be a part of the team which was developing the online course. And of course, we were using the practical and educating elements from ULEAD. We completely realized our responsibility, and that is why we were asking the help of the best administrators, and also the people who were in the very beginning of the ASC development in 2013. And it was very important to to receive the feedback from the subjects of the administrative services and also the experts in different directions. And also, we have made the practical approbation of the course with representatives who are just starting their way in the sphere of the administrative services, and also the universal administrative the experienced administrator of the ASC. Of course, we couldn't manage that without the constant consultations and advices from the experts from the European Union, and that is why we would like to say that we appreciate your attention to the details and your professional skills. Thank you very much. Just a few seconds to finish. You know that our online course includes the algorithm of work of the administrator of when providing different services, and also we have the beginning word and the finishing work, and also the final test of the course. And I think the advantage of this course is that you can use it independent of the time frameworks. And as for the recommendations, some of them were introduced, but I would like to remind some of them. First of all, we would I think that it is really important to do this course with the team, and of course we have to share the experience when you are having this course. Especially, you can popularize this among the subjects of the administrative services, and please save your certificates because you can use them when you are getting the annual qualification. And only 10 seconds to finish. And I would like to say that the members who were registered on our course, they have received the survey on their email, and we would like to ask them to fulfill this survey. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you, Mr. Vasilis. Thank you for your ASC. Thank you for the informational support, and we would like to invite Mykola Volvach, the Minister of and our materials became deeper, and they are up to time updated. And thank you very much for spreading this information and for 360 support. Thank you, Ludmila, for your warm words. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words. And actually, we were planning the event for 2 days, but actually, the event is has so many things to say, because ULEAD is very productive on handbooks and other things and educational programs. And today is the day of aviation, and I see some similarity, because in the administrative services provision, we also strive for speed and also for the new heights. And the new heights is actually the opening of the new services, new ASCs, new comfortable opportunities for services provision. And also, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that we are thinking a lot and discussing a lot about the quality of the administrative services, and that is why we pay a lot of attention to the educational courses and handbooks for the staff. And today we have a great opportunity to thank ULEAD, our partners, for creating these kind of good handbooks. And a few months ago, we were presenting these 3 online courses, which are in high demand among the ASCs. And also, I would like to thank our friends which helped us to create 3 more courses on the land issues, on the legal ASC issues and gender issues. And also, we would like to thank the project Search, because together with them, we have created the project for the beginners among the administrators of the ASCs. And this program helps them to understand all the aspects of the ASC work and how to provide administrative services. And as we are oriented on the requests we're receiving, we had a lot of requests for the administrative services of the social administrative services. And recently we have created the program, the educational program, how to provide the services, the social services in the ASCs. And that is why I would like to say that we really appreciate it. I do not want to take more time, and I invite all of you to join the group Everything Would Be ASC, and to follow our pages, and to see our new posts, and of course subscribe for our weekly news, which will help you to be aware of all the changes which happen in ASC. Thank you very much. And actually, thank you very much that you are also inviting the people to study our online courses, and you are drawing the attention to the fact that we have really deeply studied this issue. And thank you very much, dear panelists. We do not have more time for the deeper discussion between all of us, and we know that you could have told us even more about your experience, and to wish to all the workers of the ASCs to give them some extra recommendations. But we have to move to the other topics which we have to discuss today. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you very much, Ludmila. Thank you very much, Ludmila, dear partners, and for the unique and experience, dear colleagues, despite the fact that we are feeling the physical barrier between the countries, but it shouldn't be the obstacle for the international cooperation. We will hear the Sweden experience of the ASC work, and I invite Mr. Paul Larsen, the head of the. Mr. Paul, you're online.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this webinar. I'm very excited to share with you our experience providing local services in the time of COVID-19. I shall try to start my slide here. I hope it works. Sure. Can you see these slides?
Yeah. Yes. Так, бачу.
Thank you. I'm the director of operation in the National Government Service Center in Sweden, and I'm here to speak a little bit and talk to you about our experience during the COVID-19 pandemics. And first, some key figures. We have 116 service offices around Sweden. And last year we had 2.4 million visitors on our premises. And we have a very high and positive customer experience. Over 90% of our visitors tell that they have a positive experience with the services that we provide. I show you these two maps of Sweden. On the right hand, you can see how the service offices are located throughout the country. They are distributed due to demographics, and the small ones are located in the more rural areas in Sweden, and sparsely populated, of course, and the big service offices are located in the big cities and in densely populated areas. And if you look at the left side of this red image, this is the map that you can see how the COVID-19 infection varies in Sweden. This example is from last week, and during this year with the COVID-19 pandemic, it has varied and different between the different regions. So we have had different challenges during the pandemic in different regions in Sweden. And the impact of the pandemic. We have actually have a great impact on our operation. If you look at the center here, we have minus 700,000 visitors. If you compare the year 2019 with 2020, it's over 20% decrease in between the two years, 2019 and 2020. We have also been forced to make new way of work, new routines, new way to use digitalisation to meet the clients and to introduce new employments into the workforce. We have also have issues about the work environmental, of course. We have to send some of our employees home, and the one that we sent home was employees with high risk of getting severe ill by the COVID-19. And we have to find out a way to keep them occupied and, for example, help other agencies with project and assignments during the time. And that's the first thing about the impact of the pandemic in our operations. The guiding principles. The service is vital for the society, and we couldn't therefore not actually close down our premises. We have to take measures to protect both ourselves and our customers when they came to the service centers. This was very important for us. We invested in protective equipment such as plexiglasses, face masks, and visors to keep distance from our employments and to the public that visit us. And we, of course, follow the applied recommendation from the Public Health Authority and was following their guidelines all of the time during the pandemic. We have to, as I said, we have to find out new ways of working with the customers. If you have to keep physical distance, you have to meet customers behind the desk instead of meeting them as a front desk and floor walking. We have to implement new ways of working and guide them over the phone, and service implemented together with our partner agencies. Distance support were also implemented, video meetings with the customers. We have to use digital training sessions instead of physical training sessions with the employees to keep up with their education. Digital meeting was standard with all internal meeting, and everyone that had the possibility to work at home should stay at home doing their job from home. Leadership and cooperation and communication as a key success factors. Yes, to stay in top of the situation, we had weekly management meeting. We have also put together a management crisis team with meeting every week. We worked with the follow-up within the division and looked at key figures, looked at the sick leaves, and looked how the infection, if there was any of our employment infected by the COVID-19 and so on. Because of the need of the quick decisions in this different location, we have to work with decentralized mandate to local offices manager, so they can take action that was crucial to maintain the service centers to be open. We also have focused on communication out to the public. We have information on our website, on the intranet, and weekly newsletter, and information signs to the customers. This is an example of signs that we put up on our premises, and to encourage the customers to be aware of the pandemic and take action to prevent and to avoid to spread the infection. We encourage them to wear face masks when they visited the service offices, and we encourage them and remember them to have social distancing. And if we had customers that visited us and have been abroad, they have to stay isolated for 7 days before the visiting us at the service center. So post-pandemic then, we are not there yet, but we have focus of keeping our service offices safe and secure and open and continue to providing services to our customers. But we are, of course, as I think every one of us is looking ahead and have a discussion how to get back to normal again after the pandemic when it's over. And an important question for us is, what is the new normal? Are we getting back to the same situation that we had before, or do we have a new normal way to carry out the services to the customers? Thank you very much. This was my short presentation, and I'm wondering if there's any question about our pandemic handling.
Пане Полю, дякуємо, дуже цікаво.
Mr. Paul, thank you so much for this exciting presentation. We have two main questions to you. Number one, as you mentioned, during the pandemic time, many users transferred to receiving services in online regime. What do you think? Are they going to go back with physical services to get consultations when the COVID pandemic situation will be better? What do you think?
Thank you. I think there's been there's both way actually. I think some are getting used to the digital and e-services provided by the partner agencies and therefore not coming back. But we have a relatively large group that gonna need this service even in the future. So it's a mixed answer. We have to wait and see how many, how the decrease will stay actually.
The second question, Mr. Paul, we know that Sweden is still opening new service centers to provide for the clients, and by 2021 the total number will be 120, and by the end of 2023 you are going to have 143. What is the reason for that? What is the request of your society?
We recently have this government inquiry about the demand for new service offices, and they looked at three areas. They looked at pointed out the need of offices in the vulnerable areas in Sweden. That is one group of areas in Sweden that the government want us to have increase the service. The second one is the larger major cities where the high demand for getting in touch with us with these service offices. And the third is some of the sparsely populated areas in Sweden, the rural areas, have also need for these services in a higher level of today. So therefore, we are planning on opening more service offices to meet this demand that is found out in this government inquiry.
Дякуємо, пане Поль.
Thank you, Mr. Paul, and thank you that you have joined us. Dear friends, we are continuing our event, and we have lots of things to discuss today. Tomorrow we are going to have a very interesting day also, and you can see that there are no obstacles when we are talking about the administrative services, and also you can see it on the example of our international cooperation, for example, with Sweden and with the other countries of the European Union in the framework of the program You Lead with Europe. And now we have a small delay. We're waiting for our colleagues. We hope that today was very efficient for you. We will continue in a few minutes, and we're going to continue. And now we can only tell you that today's presentations I'm told that thank you very much. I can tell you that our next speaker is also with us. Ms. Ludmila Ravchinska will show you the presentation on Center Dia, and she will tell us about the conception of Center Dia. And I'm passing the floor to Ms. Ludmila. Good afternoon, everyone. I was with you in the first part of the day, and I'm very glad to join you again. And I'm going to tell you more details about Center Dia, and I really appreciate that it was a common work between Ministry and You Lead with Europe, and we were doing our best to create the most efficient ASCs. And I would like to say that Center Dia is actually the ASC, and that is just one more opportunity how you can transform your ASC and to make it more modern, to make it more open for the people. If you want to do it in this way, if you want to join this idea, you can take all the ideas, or you can take just some parts of it. It is absolutely up to you, and we would like to see any ways of the implementation of this program, because it was created for you and for the Ukrainians who are your guests in each part of Ukraine, who are visiting you, who are talking to you, communicating with you, getting feedback from the government, from the state on the services it is providing. The small numbers and the experts, you know that in the beginning of this year we had only 497 Hromadas, and during the next few years we are going to cover all the territory of Ukraine. And what do we have now? At the moment, we have 720 ASCs in all over Ukraine. 105 administrative services are provided in these ASCs. Some of them are providing more services, some of them are less, depending on the location of the ASC. And unfortunately, ASCs the ASCs cannot measure the level of satisfaction all the time. Some of them do it very good, some of them do it so, and some of them don't do it at all. And that is why we cannot measure the level of satisfaction in Ukraine. And the last week, our partners from our program, they have showed you the result of the research that 77% of Ukrainians are satisfied with the services provided in the ASC. That is a pretty high level for Ukraine. Most of the other things have lower level of satisfaction, but we hope that we will gain 90%, and we would like all the ASCs to have 90% level of satisfaction. And of course, we would like to see these modern ASCs in different parts of Ukraine, and the number of the services in each ASC would be around 400 to 800 services. What do they get? They are getting the main services and the extra services. They can get administrative services, consultations, computer and other computer and internet services, the living costs, the living cost payments, the consultations for the business, and also they can get the legal support, bank services, the post co-working zone, and also a cafe, so that they could get the main thing they need. As for the number of the services, and increasing it 4 times, and you can see that the numbers, how they are going to change. And today we're seeing how we got these numbers, and who's going to provide these services in different ASCs, but of course that are all the ASCs, including the delegated one, and then depending on the place of the location of your ASC, because despite the fact that we have enlarged the regions, but the ASCs should be as close to people as possible. And of course, the ODA services, and if the ASC is in the region, of course, that would be the services of the central authorities. How we are going to achieve that? How are we going to achieve this crazy increasement in 4 times? So of course, we're going to use the online e-instruments, that is e-document management, and we would like to have the common e-document management with the ASCs, and of course we are inviting to use the services of electronic document exchange, SEP over there, and the other one is DIA, the portal DIA, the service, and we are proud with you that we are providing Yemalatko, and the number of these kind of services is going to increase, and that is why thank you very much, join us. And the other thing is the monitoring of the services, and more than 2 ASCs are working with them, and the number is increasing. And if you are not working with it, please join us. And of course, the other instrument is the register of the administrative services, which is on the guide of on the portal, which will help you to match the names. And also, last but not least, a very interesting thing, that is electronic queue and the card on the platform of Centers DIA. And we really invite you to use it, and your citizens would be able to use the EQ, and of course to use this tool to be able to call them, and you would be able to give them the place in EQ. And of course, we would like to ask you not to duplicate the queues, because sometimes people are in the online queue and they are also coming to the live queue, and if someone is coming to you and someone is waiting, you have to put them on EQ, and of course you can use Informates, or maybe the consultant can register them in EQ, and in this way you will prevent duplicates. A few more words about Center D, that is the information for the citizens and for the administrations. I was also mentioning that the citizens are getting the information about the vacant positions, the map of the Center D, the register for the register in the EQ, and also dashboards of effectiveness of the centers and the information of the vacant positions in the ASCs. For the administrators, you can get the manuals of the remote education, the recommendations for the board, the library for the materials, and actually the up-to-date samples. And as for the exteriors, of course, that is the sign, Center D, it looks like this. So that is the way it looks like, exactly like this. And we have approved it in the decree, and you can see here the more detailed information. Now it is on the public discussion, and you can already start to use it. And I hope that in the nearest future we are going to approve it, and you can use it. You would be able to use it in your work. And as for the interior, that is a combination of 3 colors. They could be different, and I would show you more. They are. You can see that in the furniture and in the whole interior, and actually The interior it is the interior of the Poltava region, and that is like an example, but you can actually choose the colors you wish, and that are in the appendix to the decree. You would be able to see the combination of the backgrounds and the contrast colors. You can the contrast color you can choose one of them, and the background colors you can choose from the white to the dark gray, but they are very modest ones that are two colors. And also I will tell you more about the third color if you want to combine it. If you want to have pictograms, on the left and on the right you can see pictograms that are the very cool principles, and I'm sure you are using that, but I would like to remind you these pictograms you can use to show the visitors that where they announce that it is comfortable, fast, modern, no obstacles, simple, and that are the principles how the centers are working, and that are the principles, and these principles would be in the heart of every worker and every visitor of the ASC who is satisfied with the services. And as far as the third color, that is the background color for the pictograms, there are 5 of them, and you can choose the one which you like the most. Because why they are dark? Because the pictograms are look better in the dark colors. And the colors of the pictogram can be bright, which you can see on in the presentation on the right. And the other very interesting thing is the zone of self-service. We have created the sign. They are in green, blue colors. We have individualized it because you know that lots of products of the Ministry of Digitalisation have these colors. I hope you will like these colors too, and you will love them as much as we do. That are the spring ones and very happy colors, and the self-service zones can have these kind of signs. And also the other thing which is making these centers outstanding are the posters. Here you can see on the walls between the floors, and also you can place them on any place on the wall, and also not only inside but also actually in any type of the state official body in any city lights, maybe banners. All these posters are available, and they can be printed in any format. Why do you need them? Because you can provide your citizens what kind of state services are available in Ukraine and which they can use, and how they can improve their digital awareness. They can get some interesting information. They can use the guide of state services. They can use the electronic documents in their smartphones and many more. And actually here you can see not all of them, and actually they are available, and we can provide you with them. We can provide them to the centers, and you can use them. And also the other type of poster. The poster is about the most popular administrative services, and we are suggesting them to use them on the walls. And actually you can print it in the small format, but actually both are better. In the small format A5, it would be available for the elderly people because maybe they do not have smartphones with them to use this to take a photo. Maybe it would be better for them to take the card with them and read it at home. And the younger visitors can use their smartphones and take a picture or even remember, because we were trying to give all the information in a very simple way, in the way how we communicate with each other, to remove all the bureaucratic slang and very specific terms, which are usually difficult to understand for the normal citizens, and that is why I hope that you would be proud of these posters as much as we do. And of course, there are not all the posters which are available, and we also recommend you to use them. One more interesting thing is the QR codes to evaluate the quality of the administrative services. You know that we are using that in Yamalatko on the level of application. You have the QR code which you can scan, and I really appreciate all the administrators which are drawing the attention of their clients that they can use this kind of tools and give the feedback, and of course the numbers which help to understand the way if you get lost. If you do not have the displays where you can show the number of your workplace, you can use this kind of signs on your workplace, on your work table. One more thing is navigation. That is why we have created for different types of places the signs, and also we have placed the map so that it was easier to understand what is located and where. And of course, we have more navigation tables, and you can choose according to your location, to your service center, which would be according to your space. And people would be able to find the way even if they visit you for the first time. Actually, that is it. I would like to summarize that Center D is actually the ASC, but actually they are modernized, and I really urge you to take this conception partially or fully for your projects, and to get the satisfaction from those energy the clients would be sharing with you.
Дуже дякуємо, пані Людмило, за
Thank you so much for Madam Ludmila for this exclusive presentation. That was so impressive. Thank you again. Dear friends, meanwhile, our first conference day has run to its end, and today we've heard about the results for the past 5 years on the enhancing the quality of the administrative service provision, about the sharing experience and the support package developed by the program. We have also talked about the program 2021 for the increasing the network of admin centers. You have also heard about the Swedish experience of working in the COVID-19 times. So that was only one half of the conference. Tomorrow, the second day, we're going to present the white book and the result of ASC work. We're going to talk about the sectorial questions, digitalisation, automatization, VULIC and Trembita software, institutional support of Ramadas in order to create the right quality ASCs. We would also talk about how the state is going to provide the services by 2036 and how the Ramadas will be developed. There is so much more ahead of us. Thank you so much for this interesting day, and see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock a.m. Thank you.